Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. As for the scattered remains on all four sides, imbued with divine power, they were all human bones from countless years ago, cultivating the immortal scroll and the longevity scroll. At the center of this grand formation, within the black pool of water, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged. His eyes were closed. Although he was breathing, he was clearly unconscious. The black pool of water surrounding him was constantly swirling. With the ripples of the water, incredibly bizarre runes appeared. These runes seemed to possess a life of their own. Currently, many runes were crawling onto Bai Xiaochun's body, running throughout his entire being. This scene was extremely eerie. The dim oil lamps of the underground palace created an atmosphere of terrifying solemnity. After a long time, Bai Xiaochun, sitting cross-legged in the pool of water, suddenly trembled. He slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, the runes on his body seemed to be startled, quickly retreating back into the pool of water. A hint of bewilderment flickered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, but very quickly, his breathing became rapid again. His eyes regained their clarity. At the same time, he clearly saw the area within his pond and also several skeletons surrounding the formation. He wanted to stand up, but found his body seemingly uncontrollable, unable to escape from the pond. The skeletons emitted the aura of the immortal scroll and the longevity scroll, causing Bai Xiaochun's mind to surge with turmoil. Don't struggle. Inside this pond, consider this the time when I drove the Kui Emperor dynasty out of the Tongshan continent, capturing all those with Kui Emperor bloodline. Their fresh blood has been soaking here for too long. A hoarse voice echoed within the underground palace, the void before Bai Xiaochun twisting. The figure of the heavenly venerate slowly emerged. His eyes held intense anticipation, mixed with excitement. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun, his gaze burned with fiery intensity, as if he had found a peerless elixir. Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head, his breath heavy. Looking at the heavenly venerate, a surge of unease and anxiety welled up in his heart. He was about to speak, but the heavenly venerate seemed oblivious to Bai Xiaochun's awakening. His gaze fell upon the skeletons surrounding them, and he continued, "These skeletons are those of bloodthirsty individuals I killed during the battle at Kuwang City years ago. There were quite a few, and in recent years, after I began researching the immortal longevity scroll, I sought out cultivators to experiment on. What a pity! This immortal scroll of longevity is clearly a cultivation technique that everyone can practice. But for some unknown reason, perhaps because I killed too many people of the Kui Emperor bloodline, I am unable to cultivate it. I can only study it and let others cultivate it. Therefore, I didn't hesitate to dig up the remains of these 3 Kui emperors who fell countless years ago. But the harvest was too small. The immortal scroll of longevity is still good. I stole the immortal scroll of longevity from the Kui Emperor dynasty. The Tomb Guardians, regardless of the reason, whether they oppose me or continue the Kui Emperor dynasty, will continue to pass on the immortal scroll of longevity. I also help, allowing the immortal scroll of longevity to circulate in Tongshan. But for me, the most important thing is the immortal scroll of longevity. But the immortal scroll of longevity is too difficult. Almost everyone is unable to reach the end, failing halfway. Their bones are displayed here by me. Perhaps it might have some effect. For so many years, only 2 cultivators of the longevity scroll have succeeded. One I took as my disciple, and the other is my daughter, the heavenly venerate whispered. It seemed he wasn't speaking to Bai Xiaochun at all, but to himself. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's mind was in turmoil. It felt like countless thunderbolts were exploding within him. In fact, ever since seeing the bones of Du Lingfei, he had harbored suspicions. Now, according to the Heavenly Venerate's words, all the mysteries were revealed before him. Unfortunately, on one hand, I wasn't prepared enough. At the same time, my experience was insufficient, and my senior disciple discovered it. Then, my first attempt at refining the immortal longevity pill failed before I could even begin. But it's all right. I still have a second time. The Heavenly Venerate took a deep breath. He turned his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, and softly said, "Fire." Following his voice, Du Lingfei slowly emerged from the void behind him the moment he saw Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned sorrowful, and he forced a bitter smile. He understood everything. Perhaps there was still a slight discrepancy compared to the truth. But upon seeing Du Lingfei, Bai Xiaochun let out a bitter laugh. He felt he surely understood. Certainly, years ago, during the Heavenly Venerate rebellion war against the entire Kui dynasty, the Kui dynasty suffered a devastating defeat. They lost not only the Tongshan continent, but also the Kui dynasty's secret techniques, the immortal longevity technique, within the longevity scroll. From then on, the Kui imperial dynasty in the savage wilderness cultivated their minds and Che, leaving only the immortal scroll. Perhaps it was due to their confrontation with the Heavenly Venerate, or perhaps it was because of a glimmer of hope. Under the intervention of the Tomb Guardian, the immortal scroll was no longer a cultivation method exclusive to those with the Kui imperial bloodline, but had spread. Even in the sects of the Tongshan continent, there were incomplete versions of the immortal scroll. This method prevented the immortal scroll from being completely eradicated, allowing everyone in the Tongshan world to cultivate the Kui imperial secret technique of the past. The Heavenly Venerate, having obtained the longevity scroll, did not object to this. Because after studying the longevity scroll and discovering he could not cultivate it himself, he had a crazy idea. He wanted to allow more cultivators to cultivate both the immortal scroll and the longevity scroll. He then merged them together to refine the immortal elixir, and then swallowed the elixir. In this way, he obtained the power within the immortal longevity technique. Because of this, it's clear that the Heavenly Venerable spent a long time researching. Whether it was the remains scattered around the underground palace or the 3 skeletal remains of the former Emperor Kui, he kept them all for research and experimentation. Unfortunately, the difficulty level of the longevity scroll seemed even greater than that of the immortal scroll. Therefore, over the years, although the Heavenly Venerable nurtured countless cultivators of the longevity scroll, they all ultimately failed. Not a single person truly succeeded. At most, they only managed to grasp the basics. Until his senior disciple, the Northern Branch's Han clan ancestor, after cultivating the longevity scroll, finally achieved success. This made the Heavenly Venerable's heart burn with desire. It was also at that time that a powerful figure appeared in the savage wilderness, known as the Blood Ancestor. Perhaps this person possessed extraordinary talent and perhaps even the bloodline of Emperor Kui. In short, his immortal scroll had reached a high level of mastery. With this breakthrough in cultivation, his physical body has reached the level of a demigod. Perhaps, if the Heavenly Venerate hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have betrayed the Kui imperial dynasty. Then, after the Blood Ancestor's cultivation reached its peak with his talent, he would certainly have been able to cultivate the longevity scroll. In that case, the Blood Ancestor would very likely have become the first person in the world to truly cultivate both the immortal scroll and the longevity scroll to their peak, breaking through to the Heavenly Venerate realm. Becoming the person the Tomb Guardian spoke of in the truest sense, he would have been fully qualified to leave this world. The Hanman Ancestor and this Blood Ancestor were originally supposed to be two opposing figures, but for some reason, they developed feelings for each other. Therefore, they eventually discovered the Heavenly Venerate's plan. What happened next? Bai Xiaochun learned a little from the Hanman Ancestor. The Han clan's patriarch betrayed his sect, colluding with the Blood Ancestor, and was slain by the Heavenly Venerate. The Blood Ancestor perished, sinking to the bottom of the Tongshan River. Only one hand, unwilling to accept defeat, rose up. The Han clan's patriarch fell, leaving behind a wisp of his soul, which seized a body and transformed into a true spirit, hiding within the Lingxi sect, watching from afar towards the Blood Shi sect, and her now companion. At the same time, this unexpected turn of events caused the first attempt at alchemy fusion in the Heavenly Venerate's plan to fail. The Heavenly Venerate, however, did not give up on this plan. In the years that followed, he simultaneously sought other ways to leave this world and continued his experiments. The immortal longevity elixir plan was his last resort. If no one else could cultivate the longevity scroll to perfection, this plan might eventually be abandoned by the Heavenly Venerate. But obviously, before the Heavenly Venerable let go, his daughter, Du Lingfei, ultimately became the second person to successfully cultivate the longevity scroll. After Du Lingfei's bones turned into a glass-like form, it was evident that while her cultivation of the longevity scroll hadn't reached the same level as Bai Xiaoqun's with the immortal scroll, her sudden surge in cultivation showed that the difference wasn't significant. After all, she had a Heavenly Venerate behind her. Under the Heavenly Venerate's guidance, Du Lingfei's cultivation was naturally extremely smooth. However, at the same time, even the cold, ruthless, and heartless Heavenly Venerate was conflicted about his daughter's cultivation of the longevity scroll. On one hand, he longed to leave this world, and on the other, he had to sacrifice his daughter. This choice made the Heavenly Venerate hesitate. Therefore, there was the epic battle in the savage wilderness before. He and the little girl cooperated to kill the Tomb Guardian. Therefore, there was also the Ghost Mother on the warship trying to use the warship to leave this world. Unfortunately, everything failed. At that moment, the Heavenly Venerate went mad. He whispered, repeatedly, the same sentence. "Old demon guarding the tomb, all of this is because you forced me." According to the Heavenly Venerate, this was indeed the Tomb Guardian's coercion, forcing him down this final path. He was unwilling, but had few other choices. Therefore, he chose to propose a decisive battle against the savage wilderness. He chose to annihilate all life in the savage wilderness, kill the Tomb Guardian, shatter the Nether River, and sever all the bloodlines of the Kui Emperor dynasty. It was at this very moment Bai Xiaoqun's immortal scroll, following the blood ancestor, reached its peak. Faced with the choice between sacrificing his own flesh and blood or ending his own lifespan, the desire to leave this world had reached a frenzied level, causing the Heavenly Venerate to choose the former. Therefore, considering his previous failure, he first controlled Du Lingfei with a slave mark. Then, he quietly waited for Bai Xiaoqun to appear. Only after confirming that Bai Xiaoqun's immortal scroll was truly perfected did he reach out and, in a situation where no one could stop him, capture Bai Xiaoqun from the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaoqun bitterly watched Du Lingfei emerge from behind the Heavenly Venerate. In his eyes, Du Lingfei's expression was blank, like a wooden statue, completely devoid of any life. Only the slave mark deep within her eyes was blinking rapidly, extremely bizarre. Little did Bai Xiaoqun struggled to speak. He recalled the scene in the northern region, where the Heavenly Venerate had used her and him to create the demonic face. Thinking of Du Lingfei at that time, his eyes were filled with loss and sorrow. "Don't blame me. I didn't want it to be like this either. It's all the fault of the Tomb Guardian." The Heavenly Venerate looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. His laughter carried a complex mix of emotions, a hint of sorrow, unwavering determination, and utter madness. The Heavenly Venerate had gone mad. His eyes now blazed with a frenzy that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. He stood there, no longer as composed as before, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness. He raised his right hand, forming a hand seal, and pointed it towards Du Lingfei. With that single gesture, Du Lingfei's body trembled. She slowly raised her head, her expression still vacant. She slowly walked towards Bai Xiaoqun. In Bai Xiaoqun's bitterness, he watched Du Lingfei gradually approach, until she entered the black pool of blood. The diluted black blood clung to his white dress. Each bizarre rune greedily followed the black dress, crawling all over Du Lingfei's body, relentlessly surging upwards. This made Du Lingfei look even more grotesque at this moment. She then walked towards Bai Xiaoqun. Her right hand slowly rose, until it rested on Bai Xiaoqun's head. In the process of raising her hand, in that instant, her entire body suddenly emitted a powerful, crystal-like light. A longevity scroll aura suddenly erupted from Du Lingfei. At the same time, the laughter of the Heavenly Venerate rang out. His right hand slammed violently against the ground. The entire underground palace shook violently. The surrounding formations immediately flickered with intense light. In this light, the skeletons that formed the formations were finally visibly dissolving. In particular, the bones of the 3 corpses of the former Emperor Koi Huang are also continuously disintegrating. As the remains disintegrated and the dazzling light of the formation shone, the diluted black blood within the black pool at the center of the formation suddenly surged. It swirled incessantly. More and more runes emerged from within, frantically gushing out onto Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, continuously entering their 7 orifices. The intense pain caused Bai Xiaochun's body to tremble. But in his eyes, there was mostly sorrow and anger. He grieved over Du Lingfei's plight. He was furious at the Heavenly Venerate's heartlessness. "Do you want to die?" In Bai Xiaochun's mournful laughter, he desperately called out to the Hanman ancestor of the northern lineage. But it was as if the door was closed, completely unresponsive. His body was overwhelmed by the surging runes, uncontrollably emitting a powerful golden light. This yellow light shone brightly, seemingly in harmony with the glass-like sheen on Du Lingfei's body. This kind of perfect understanding reached its extreme intensity. This formation completely peaked, and from Du Lingfei, an unimaginable suction force emanated. In an instant, this suction force, channeled through Du Lingfei's hand, surged directly into Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun trembled all over, staring blankly at Du Lingfei. He slowly closed his eyes. But the moment his eyes closed, a fierce struggle suddenly appeared in Du Lingfei's eyes. Her body trembled. Her right hand shook, as if wanting to be raised. Even under the slave mark, she instinctively seemed unwilling to harm Bai Xiaochun. The slave mark within her body could still instinctively struggle. One can imagine how stubbornly Du Lingfei's heart was in her unwillingness to harm Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. He felt the finger placed on his head shaking. He opened his eyes and saw Du Lingfei's face almost contorted. Moreover, the enslavement runes in her eyes flickered rapidly, along with her body trembling. Little do. In Bai Xiaochun's whisper, the Heavenly Venerate's eyes showed a hint of complexity. But this complexity was quickly erased, and he frantically concentrated once again, raising his right hand. Looking at his daughter, the Heavenly Venerate suddenly raised a finger. With this single gesture, Du Lingfei's body trembled violently. Gradually, the enslavement mark in her eyes replaced all her suffering. Her trembling body calmed down. Her trembling right hand also became steady, once again, placed on Bai Xiaochun's head. Her eyes were vacant, staring at Bai Xiaochun, completely devoid of any emotion. But Bai Xiaochun sensed an extreme sorrow in her bones. His mouth parted slightly, then fell silent, and he looked at Du Lingfei. This time, he didn't close his eyes. It seemed he knew his life had reached its end. All he could do was, before his soul was completely annihilated, make the image before him the final eternal point in his life. Boom! As the formation of the underground palace fully opened, and the surrounding skeletons continuously merged, at the moment Du Lingfei's right hand pressed against Bai Xiaochun's head, a loud explosion erupted in his mind. An indescribable, intense pain surged like a raging wave through Bai Xiaochun's body. His vitality, his cultivation, his flesh and blood, his soul, everything at this moment was being frantically sucked away by the gravitational pull emanating from Du Lingfei's hand. It seemed as if everything within his body was being churned to pieces. Bones, flesh and blood, meridians, everything was being shattered and destroyed, transforming into an extremely concentrated surge of life force. And this life force was exactly what the Heavenly Venerate needed, and it was now being frantically absorbed into Du Lingfei's body. Bai Xiaochun was the great immortal medicine. Du Lingfei was the immortal alchemy furnace. After the immortal alchemy furnace absorbs the great immortal medicine, it will extract everything from itself. In the midst of the furnace's exhaustion and destruction, in this instant of death, it will exchange for a immortal longevity pill. Quick, it will be quick. Immortal longevity pill. I've waited my whole life for the immortal longevity pill. The Heavenly Venerate stood to the side, laughing maniacally. He watched his daughter, Du Lingfei, under the control of his slave mark, rapidly absorbing everything from Bai Xiaochun. His breathing was extremely rapid. His face was contorted. Even his voice had changed slightly. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently. He felt intense pain throughout his body. Never before had Bai Xiaochun endured so much suffering while cultivating the immortal scripture. But compared to this moment, all of it was insignificant. His body was slowly wasting away. His hair had lost its brilliant shine. The immortal blood in his body was gradually disappearing. The color of his immortal bones was also slowly fading. His immortal tendons, immortal flesh, and immortal skin all seemed to be degenerating. In this state, he had no way to struggle, no way to resist. His body was being drained. His life force was being sucked away, causing Bai Xiaochun's consciousness to gradually become panicked. Everything he had experienced in the savage wilderness flashed through his mind. There was Bai Hao, the giant ghost king, Hong Chen-nu, Zhao Yi crossing, until the appearance of the Reverse River sect, and Li Qingho, Song Junwen, Shen Xuanzi within the Reverse River sect, etc. All the faces that existed in his memory were flashing before his eyes at this moment. Nai River sect, Bai Xiaochun murmured. No one else could hear him. It seemed only he could hear. Gradually, his body weakened. His hair withered and fell to the ground, turning to dust before reaching the pond. His body was incredibly thin. His eyes were like dying candles, utterly dim. But at this moment, what appeared in his mind was no longer the Nai River sect. Instead, it was the eastern meridian of the Tongchen lower realm, the Lingxi sect. It seemed as if the memories of his entire life were flowing backward at this moment. He saw the Lingxi sect within himself, saw the figure beneath the herbstone tablet, saw the appearance of Lingwei chicken crouching beside him, licking its lips. He saw Zhang Dapeng, who had gone far into the great world, saw his fallen senior sister. He saw Ho Xiaomei. He saw everything. He was on the verge of ceasing to breathe. His emaciated body was covered in wrinkled skin, and deathly bruises were spreading. His teeth were slowly falling out. His entire body looked like a dried corpse, as if he had been buried in a grave for a very long time. He didn't even feel pain. The hand on his head was like a black hole relentlessly devouring him. He seemed to have become accustomed to this intense pain. 8/10 of his immortal scroll had been sucked away. His life force was also gone. Only his consciousness gradually emerged, no longer that of the Lingxi sect, but Mar Mountain. He vaguely saw a young man on Mar Mountain, somehow carrying 7 or 8 axes and kitchen knives, haphazardly throwing them around while climbing the mountain. On the mountaintop, amidst the thunder, a half-burned incense stick. The teenager's anxious expression was both comical and unsettling. Bai Xiaochun wanted to laugh, but he couldn't control himself. Perhaps this was a good thing, because at this moment, his figure was nothing but skin and bones, like a dried skeleton. Laughing would only make him look even uglier and more terrifying than crying. His consciousness became even more hazy, seemingly unable to feel his body, as if his soul wanted to soar into the air. It seemed as if a vortex in the sky was sucking everything away from him, wanting to pull his soul into it. His life force was reduced to less than a fraction of its original state. His skin was not only dry and wrinkled, but also cracked. It seemed as if a mere touch would turn him to dust, just like his internal organs. The power of the immortal scroll was on the verge of completely disappearing. Only his bones seemed to still contain a last trace of immortal power. Although the yellow light wasn't very strong, it was still visible through the shattered skin of his hands. It was at this moment that what seemed to be his final image flashed through his mind. In that image, a young boy knelt beside a bed, weeping, watching his dying relative. His cries so loud, so very loud. "Zikun, don't be afraid." A hand, cold as ice, slowly stroked the boy's forehead. A weak, soft whisper. "Take this incense stick. Didn't you dream of becoming an immortal? Take it." The boy lifted his small, tear-streaked face and took the incense stick. But he stared blankly at his relative, who had lost all strength, their arm hanging limply before him. In astonishment, his tears flowed uncontrollably. He seemed to be in a daze for a very long time, until someone rushed into the room and lifted him up. Then, the young boy watched the neighbors approaching from outside, observing the sympathetic glances in each of their eyes. Watching them lift the bodies of their loved ones, the boy quietly retreated to a corner, hugging his knees. Clutching the incense stick in his hand, "Why must there be death? I want to live forever. I want those around me to live happily. I want immortality." The boy's voice echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Although it grew fainter and fainter, as if about to disappear, it seemed to have become eternal. In Bai Xiaochun's heart, a feeling of weariness he had never experienced before began to surface. Bai Xiaochun's thoughts seemed to drift further and further away in the boy's voice, in that eternal place. But just as his consciousness was about to fade, in an instant, suddenly, a tear fell onto his dry, cracked arm, seeping inside, slowly spreading out amidst his increasingly chaotic consciousness. "Tears," Bai Xiaochun murmured. He seemed to sense the bitterness in this tear. He used his last ounce of strength to reluctantly open his eyes. In his hazy state, he seemed to see before him. Du Lingfei's body trembled, the slave mark in her eyes flashing intensely, her eyes seemingly about to burst, yet still struggling. Even if she were to be annihilated, she would still raise her right hand. "Father, please, father." In her trembling struggle, Du Lingfei's slave mark pressed down on her, and she opened her mouth in desperate, struggling words. This voice, though faint, was like thunder, resounding in the heavenly venerable's mind, causing his body to tremble. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart, the pain intense. It seemed that something very important from his original life, which had vanished, resurfaced with Du Lingfei's words. In his mind, he saw Du Lingfei as a child holding onto his robe, her childish voice calling him father. It seemed that he didn't know when Lingfei had stopped calling him father, but rather, "Daddy, Lingfei." The heavenly venerable's body trembled slightly. His breath quickened. A struggle flickered in his eyes. After all, this was his daughter, his flesh and blood. Throughout his life, despite his noble status as the ruler of the Tongshan world, the heavenly venerable had few companions. For so many years, he had not had an heir. Until Du Lingfei was born, she became his only daughter. As for Du Lingfei's mother, the heavenly venerable's heart was filled with a desire to leave this world. She had essentially lost all standing and had long since departed. A fierce struggle raged within him, as if humanity and ambition were battling within his mind, splitting his consciousness into two parts, constantly suppressing each other. To live a few more years, to escape this prison-like world, to sacrifice my own flesh and blood. Is it worth it, T? He consciousness representing humanity seemed to roar with anxiety and anger in his head. Caught between his own daughter and his dwindling lifespan, the yearning for life and the desperate desire to escape this prison-like world. Du Lingfei was struggling, and the heavenly venerable was struggling too. "Father, please, father," Du Lingfei cried, her body trembling. Under this slave mark, every time she struggled, a storm seemed to rage within her mind. In this storm, her soul was like a small boat in a raging sea, liable to shatter at any moment. But she was still trying, still persevering. She didn't want to hurt Bai Xiaochun. She also didn't want her father to become like this. Her heart ached to the extreme, like a helpless child, only able to beg. In her memory, her father wasn't like this. She didn't know when it started. Everything had changed. The change made her feel alienated. The change terrified her. After parting ways with Bai Xiaochun in the northern region and returning to Tongshan Island, Du Lingfei gradually felt her thoughts slowing down, until she heard a complex, guttural roar from her father coming from within the Dao Palace. Then she lost control of her body, but her consciousness remained. She witnessed herself devouring Bai Xiaochun's life force, seeing Bai Xiaochun slowly die. Seeing that tragic sight, she collapsed. "Father," Du Lingfei trembled even more, the slave mark in her eyes flickering to its limit. Her consciousness, barely recovering, was gradually riddled with holes in this struggle. But as soon as she spoke, the heavenly venerable on the other side suddenly raised his head, his deep red eyes revealing madness. "Shut up! Shut up!" The heavenly venerable gasped and roared, like a thunderclap exploding everywhere. In his eyes, the madness intensified. At this moment, the warmth of humanity was completely suppressed by lust. The images related to Du Lingfei in his mind were directly erased, completely severed. In this instant, he was no longer Du Lingfei's father. He was only the heavenly venerable, who would do anything for his own longevity, for his own desires, regardless of the cost. Your mission, and the greatest meaning of your existence, is to merge with Bai Xiaochun and make the immortal longevity one. The heavenly venerate's breathing quickly returned to calm. At this moment, his ferocious expression revealed a cold, cruel, and heartless ruthlessness. He calmly raised his right hand and pointed. Instantly, the slave mark in Du Lingfei's eyes flickered rapidly, turning red. It seemed her consciousness was directly suppressed. Under the control of this slave mark, she raised her right hand, trembling, and slowly lowered it towards Bai Xiaochun's head. As it approached, Du Lingfei's right hand trembled more and more violently. A struggle flickered in her eyes. Even under the descent of the red slave mark, a stubborn struggle still appeared. The crystal light emanating from her entire body, from head to toe, quickly erupted. No. Du Lingfei's tears flowed even more profusely. Each drop fell trickling onto Bai Xiaochun's body. From her lips, she struggled to utter those two words. Even though veins bulged on her forehead, even though her consciousness and the slave mark were locked in a fierce struggle, causing blood to appear all over her body. It felt as if she were about to be torn apart. Even though her divine consciousness was nearly shattered into pieces, she struggled and resisted relentlessly. Du Lingfei's unwavering resolve was fully revealed at this moment. Her persistence, her determination she would rather be destroyed than go against her own will. Bai Xiaochun watched all of this in astonishment. At this moment, with almost all his vitality drained away and his consciousness in disarray, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but lacked the strength to utter even a single word. These tears, falling on his body and soaking into his dry skin, created a series of vibrations within his mind. Wicked son! Seeing that Du Lingfei, in her resistance, had chosen to perish completely, the heavenly venerable's anger suddenly erupted. He took a step forward and instantly appeared inside the black pool of water. His arrival instantly caused the vortex of the pool to spin faster. But these black runes didn't dare approach, only moving around in all directions. Ignoring these runes, the heavenly venerate's eyes were filled with madness. After getting closer, his left hand suddenly rose, placing it on Du Lingfei's head, while simultaneously raising his right hand and pressing down on the weak, almost dying Bai Xiaochun's head. He fiercely forced Bai Xiaochun's forehead to collide with Du Lingfei's forehead, touching at the same point. But you dare to violate my will. Why? Why would you violate my will? The heavenly venerate's expression was terrifyingly ferocious. His entire being radiated an extreme madness. No matter how much Du Lingfei struggled, it was all in vain. She had the thought of self-destruction in her mind. After the heavenly venerate placed his hand on her head, this thought was instantly shattered. Not only was she unable to control her body, but even her conscious struggle was completely useless. At this moment, under the heavenly venerate's powerful suppression, Bai Xiaochun's withered body trembled. Du Lingfei's body shook uncontrollably. On their bodies, the yellow light and the crystal light flickered simultaneously. Finally, signs of fusion appeared between them. It's simply that I want you to devour Bai Xiaochun, simply to refine you into the immortal longevity elixir. If I had another choice, I wouldn't want to do this. The heavenly venerate roared in a hoarse voice. It seemed that only by shouting at the loudest possible volume could he convince himself. And it also seemed that, at this moment, he wasn't speaking to Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, but to himself. But I can't gamble on whether, after the Tomb Guardian dies, the gate to the world will open or be forever sealed. Once sealed, even if immortality is achieved, it will be useless. As long as I refine you and swallow the immortal longevity elixir, I can transform it into the immortal longevity technique. On one hand, it's unknown, but once it appears, there's no way to reverse it. On the other hand, it's inevitable. If you were me, you would also choose the same. And once I succeed, then I will no longer be a quasi-heavenly venerate, but a true heavenly venerate, conforming to the will of the world, leaving this world with just a thought. Why do you resist? Just like your senior sister wanted to resist me back then. Why? She did it for the blood ancestor. You did it for this Bai Xiaochun. Why? As long as I can get out, with my talent, I will definitely achieve the primordial realm. I have the ability to bring you all back to life. You? How can you be so selfish? The heavenly venerate roared, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to change violently, with winds rising and clouds surging. Everywhere in the entire Tongshan Sea was filled with towering waves. Beneath the Dao Palace's surface, the heavenly venerate's aura continued to spread, and under his extremely turbulent emotions, the formation of the Earth Palace reached its limit. With a loud explosion, the swirling black vortex grew larger and larger. All the skeletons in the surrounding area merged together. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei's bodies began to fuse. It seemed this formation was a massive alchemy furnace, attempting to refine everything into a single immortal longevity pill. In Bai Xiaochun's entire life, this was the most intense life or death crisis he had ever faced. He was powerless to resist, nor did he have the strength to struggle. Everything, after the heavenly venerate's intervention, caused him and Du Lingfei to forcefully fuse, seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. His lifelong cultivation decision would ultimately lead him and Du Lingfei, under this formation resembling a pill furnace, to transform into a peerless elixir that would allow the heavenly venerate to transcend forever. Before arriving here, Bai Xiaochun had never imagined this outcome. Although the Hanman ancestor had previously hinted that he would betray the heavenly venerate sooner or later, Bai Xiaochun naively believed that with Du Lingfei present, there wouldn't be an unfathomable enmity between him and the heavenly venerate. Behind him were the tomb guardians and his disciple Bai Hao, too many trump cards to give Bai Xiaochun any confidence. But all of this was merely an illusion, a reflection in the water. His consciousness had long since become hazy. The main difference was that, due to the aura emanating from Du Lingfei during this fusion, Bai Xiaochun's mind instantly became clear. Perhaps all of this is also a calculation of the tomb guardian, Bai Xiaochun murmured, his consciousness becoming hazy again. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun realized that the tomb guardian had exerted some kind of impetus during this life-or-death crisis, deep within the desolate wilderness, deep underground beneath the three cities, on this incomplete tower-like building, the tomb guardian sat cross-legged, his cloudy eyes wide open. Bai Xiaochun, I hope you don't hate me. This is my mission. And also the mission of the Underworld Emperor. The tomb guardian spoke bitterly in a low voice. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the void. At the end of this desolate wilderness's void, there was a yellow river invisible to outsiders, its dark waters surging endlessly, representing the opposite of the life force of the Tongshan Sea. This river represented death. Within its waters flowed countless vengeful spirits. These souls are struggling and screaming, but they have no way to leave the river's waters. They can only be carried away by the current, into reincarnation. This river is called the River of Darkness. At this point of nothingness, at the source of the Nether River, above the abundant river water, as vast as the sea, exists a dark palace. This palace exudes an aura of death, utterly cold, with not a single oil lamp in sight. This is the Nether Palace. Inside the Nether Palace, the current Nether Emperor, Bai Hao, sits silently. He wears imperial robes, his entire being radiating a strong aura of death. Yet, his face lacks its usual solemnity, instead filled with anxiety. This anxiety is so intense that it seems to affect the Nether Palace, to affect the Nether River, causing the surrounding river water to occasionally ripple with great waves. Bai Hao's eyes are filled with worrying. He had previously witnessed firsthand the defeat of the Tomb Guardian under the immense power of the Heavenly Venerate. He himself, during his attack, was also defeated by the Heavenly Venerate. But the Heavenly Venerate's arrival was not with good intentions. Although Bai Hao didn't know everything about his purpose in taking Bai Xiaochun away, he could guess a little. He knew that at this moment, his master was in grave danger. He understood clearly that, looking across the entire world, right now, the only person who could save his master was himself. He knew very well that the Tomb Guardian was weakened. He also knew that the current Tomb Guardian could return to his homeland at any time, no longer as powerful as before. He also understood that even as the Underworld Emperor, he was absolutely no match for the Heavenly Venerate. Master, Bai Hao murmured bitterly, his mind constantly replaying images of his time with his master in the savage wilderness. That was his only remaining relative. That was the person he would be grateful to for the rest of his life. That was the person Bai Hao had sworn an oath to protect with his life. That was also the happiest time of his entire life. Gradually, the images in his mind faded. Finally, only one image remained, deeply imprinted in his soul, impossible to erase for the rest of his life. In the image, Bai Xiaochun turned his back to him, calmly opening his mouth, telling him that from now on, he would take him as his disciple. Master T. His time, Bai Hao smiled again. His smile carried determination, resolve, and a fierce determination. He understood clearly that to rescue his master from Tongshan Island, in front of the Heavenly Venerate, there was only one way. That was to refine the ultimate breakthrough of this world fragment, the 22 colored flames. Before this, even though Bai Xiaochun was already a celestial being, Bai Hao's pursuit of refining and deducing the 22 colored flames had not stopped. In the end, under this deduction, he understood that the limit of this world was the 21 colors of fire. Unless it's an exceptional situation, it's impossible for 22 colors of fire to appear. Because 22 colors of fire, after transcending the limits of the world, can make all other colors of fire seem ordinary. 22 colors is already immortal fire. And once 22 colors of fire appear, it immediately becomes the most powerful and unparalleled force in this world. These 22 colors of fire can burn all existence within the world. But is such fire enough to confront a heavenly venerate, allowing Bai Hao to rescue Bai Shaochun in front of a heavenly venerate? However, to refine 22 colors of fire, there are no souls left in this world that can be used as refining fire. Even if all the souls in the Nether River were used, it would only reach 21 colors. There's only one way. Bai Hao's expression became serious. In a whisper, the unwavering determination in his eyes reached its peak, utterly resolute. This method, referencing the fire forging technique of the Lin family, uses the soul of the underworld emperor as the main ingredient, burning himself to refine his own soul. Only then can he create 22 colors of fire. Unique in this world. Only this method can accomplish it. After all, he's the underworld emperor, an existence within this world who controls the underworld river, holding reincarnation in his hands like a god. Master, I've come to save you. Bai Hao smiled. As he smiled, tears streamed down his face. But his resolve did not waver at all. Even if using this method came at an enormous price, a price he might not be able to bear, he still had no regrets. Even if this method would cause Bai Hao to be completely erased from existence forever, he would still have no resentment, because that was his master. At that moment, when he knelt before Bai Shaochun, he made a decision. His teacher's kindness was boundless. His tears were not real. As they flowed, they instantly became part of the Netherworld River. Bai Hao took a deep breath and slowly stood up. His right hand suddenly rose and swung forcefully. Souls come instantly outside this Netherworld palace. Countless vengeful spirits from within the Netherworld River suddenly rushed in from all directions, screaming and piercing through the Netherworld palace. Around Bai Hao, a huge vortex gradually formed. This vortex rumbled and spun. Meanwhile, Bai Hao's left hand formed a hand seal, suddenly pointing towards his forehead. As his fingertip descended, his body instantly felt as if it were being burned. Flames suddenly erupted from within him. This was a fiery color. It didn't end. As Bai Hao's hands rapidly formed hand seals, the sea of souls surrounding him spun even faster. Each soul flew out, merging into Bai Hao's body, causing the flames on his body to increase at an astonishing speed. 2 colors of fire, 3 colors of fire, 4 colors of fire. In just a few breaths, the sea of fire on Bai Hao's body became increasingly abundant. The colors of the sea of fire had already reached 10 colors, and it was still continuing. If there was anyone in this world who could rival Bai Shaochun in fire cultivation, or even surpass him, that person could only be Bai Shaochun's disciple, the current Ming Emperor, Bai Hao. With a loud bang, Bai Hao's body burned even more intensely. In the sea of souls surrounding him, countless souls rushed in frantically, until the flames on Bai Hao's body became 17 colors, 18 colors, even 19 colors. It didn't end. The determination in Bai Hao's eyes grew even stronger. He raised both hands. In that instant, all the souls in the surrounding area trembled and surged in with immense force. Then, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed throughout the entire underworld palace. At the source of the underworld river, 20 colors, 21 colors. At this moment, Bai Hao raised his head, looked towards the void, and let out his strongest roar. In this roar, his soul suddenly burst into flames. Borrowing this burning power, borrowing the soul of the underworld emperor himself, using the underworld river as the root and the soul as the foundation, flames filled Bai Hao's eyes. At this moment, 21 colors of fire burned on his body. Gradually, another color appeared. It was 22 fiery colors. In the blink of an eye, as these 22 fiery colors appeared, the entire savage wilderness seemed unchanged. Everything appeared normal. But all the cultivators on both sides fighting on the battlefield inexplicably trembled. It was as if an invisible aura had suddenly descended upon this world, causing their souls to tremble. Whether nascent soul, heavenly human, or even demigod. In that instant, their minds were violently shaken, and they gasped in fear. Not only the savage wilderness, but all living beings on the Tongshan continent. Whether cultivators or beasts, whether plants or mortals, all were within the vast expanse of the sky, the largest world net ever seen, encompassing the entire heavens. Vaguely, in this instant, All existence within the entire world seemed to hear a soft whisper from the void, along with an unimaginable oppressive force. Master, I've come to save you. This voice carried unwavering faith. This voice contained a fearless madness. This voice also condensed an unwavering devotion to his master, as if he would rather be torn to shreds than repay his kindness. A tremendous explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In an instant, the entire sky of the savage wilderness was engulfed in a boundless sea of dazzling flames. As this sea of fire appeared, simultaneously within the savage wilderness, the warriors on both sides engaged in battle were all terrified. All gasped in fear. Heaven! Heavenly fire! The sky is burning. How can this be? Inside that fire, there's someone. Following the astonished cries, in an instant, the sea of fire in the sky was forced to encircle a colossal figure. That figure seemed as tall as the sky itself, like a colossal fire-wielding giant, born within the sea of fire, radiating an aura that made the world tremble. It seemed to slowly raise its head, looking towards the Tangshan Sea from afar. That is the Underworld Emperor. It's the Underworld Emperor. Very quickly, after clearly seeing this giant, all the natives, all the soul cultivators in the savage wilderness, whether heavenly marquises or heavenly dukes, all cried out in astonishment in that instant. At the moment, the entire savage wilderness was shaken by how in the sky suddenly shook, and the sea of fire instantly surged across the sky, like moving mountains and filling seas, fiercely rushing towards the Tangshan Sea. From afar, the sea of fire in the sky carried an unimaginable momentum, surging and rushing forward with immense force, as if wanting to incinerate all the void within this world. Even at this moment, the yellow waters of the Tangshan Sea, caught in the raging flames, surged with endless waves, as if trying to stop the approaching fire. But all was in vain. The sea of fire, originating from the savage wilderness, burned fiercely, instantly engulfing the Tangshan Sea, causing the sky and the vast sea to be filled with endless flames. Within this fire lay the will of Baihao, surging from all directions, from the sky and the sea, suddenly rushing towards the center of Tangshan Island. The Tangshan Sea seemed unable to withstand the burning fire, evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into a dense force of heaven and earth, continuously spreading in all directions. This dense force of heaven and earth was the strongest ever, causing the entire world, not just the Tangshan continent, but even the savage wilderness, to be instantly engulfed by this astonishing force. Countless withered trees experienced spring, countless ferocious beasts roared, countless living beings, all were violently shaken in an instant. However, a sense of instinctive unease also arose in the hearts of all living beings as the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth spread. After all, this wasn't a natural transformation of heaven and earth. It was like a cultivator burning their soul, expending it. The Tangshan Sea is not endless. Under such burning, although it could instantly make the spiritual energy of this world incredibly dense, the great price was that the Tangshan Sea could not be depleted in the reverse way. The only problem was, Baihao hadn't paid attention to these things. These 22 colors of fire surpassed the limits of the world. Even if he used his own soul to forge them, controlling them would be extremely difficult. And that was only one of the reasons. There was a more important reason. Baihao in his time was running out. Forging these 22 colors of fire with his own soul, like the Tangshan Sea, wasn't endless. It could be said that its existence was entirely at the cost of burning his own soul. He feared that before long, when his soul was almost completely burned away, that would be the moment when the 22 colors of fire, the strongest ever, would disappear. Time was of the essence. Baihao's will vigorously spread, mobilizing the surrounding sea of fire, rushing straight towards Tangshan Island. If this scene were to stop, then in this image, neither the sky nor the Tangshan Sea would be visible. All that could be seen was an endless, boundless flame, as if carrying the wrath of heaven, in its madness, carrying all the impact of the heavenly island. At this moment, Tangshan Island seemed not to be within the Tangshan Sea, but rather within the heavenly fire. The sandy beaches surrounding the island instantly turned into barren land, even cracking, until a deafening explosion, like a giant roaring, like the angry roar of the dark sky, came from the sky, from the sea, from the 8 directional flames. In an instant, it directly struck Tangshan Island. The sandy beaches surrounding the island already cracked, shattered, and exploded, breaking into pieces. These fragments, before they could scatter in all directions, were instantly reduced to ashes within the flames. It seemed that these 22 colors of fire contained by House Will, not only wanting to save Bai Xiaochun, but also wanting to turn Tongshan Island into a raging inferno spreading across the grasslands. Even if it meant utter devastation, he wanted to completely incinerate it. The thunder roared incessantly throughout the world. This sea of fire, like a raging storm, appeared everywhere, forming a huge maw that, in the blink of an eye, swallowed Tongshan Island whole. In this instant, all the vegetation on Tongshan Island was instantly annihilated. The mountain ranges, under this fire, turned crimson, shattering into dust. Not to mention the ornate pavilions and jade structures, swept across by the flames, were instantly reduced to nothingness. There were also countless precious medicinal herbs on the island, and all the places in the heavens and earth containing even more power, the pools and waterfalls formed by the Tongshan Sea's water, all reduced to nothingness in this fire. Fortunately, Bai Hao had a kind heart. Although the flames surrounded Tongshan Island, he ultimately did not harm the guards on the heavenly Venerate Island. As they moved further away from Tongshan Island, each of them watched as Tongshan Island was engulfed in flames, their hearts filled with turmoil. They dared to launch a surprise attack on Tongshan Island, each of the guards exclaimed in astonishment. Among them were two old men, radiating demigod cultivation. These two were the divine guards of Tongshan Island. However, even they were trembling uncontrollably at this moment. They looked at the flames, completely afraid to approach. They could only watch helplessly as this endless sea of fire, from all sides of Tongshan Island, surged towards the central area, which was these three mountains, the Tao Palace, and the statue of the Heavenly Venerable. With a resounding explosion, the two mountains on the left and right instantly turned crimson, collapsing into dust. Then, the flames from all sides directly engulfed the statue of the Heavenly Venerable within. Under the watchful eyes of everyone around, the statue of the Heavenly Venerable melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the statue of the Heavenly Venerable, which had stood there for countless years, gradually turned to dust. Even the mountain, even the Tao Palace on it. In the blink of an eye, everything here became nothingness. The entire Tongshan world, existing within the Tongshan world since the expulsion of the Kui dynasty, had always existed in this heaven and earth, the supreme sacred land. At this moment, with a shower of heavenly fire descending, everything turned into nothingness. And on this pile of ruins, a fiery aura emanated, causing the world to tremble. In this great explosion, vaguely, it seemed as if a giant of raging flames had formed. One could vaguely see this giant wearing a fiery imperial robe and a fiery imperial crown, standing on Tongshan Island, roaring towards the ground. "Master, I've come to save you." Such a scene was a huge shock to the guards surrounding them. They were unable to comprehend it. Everyone's faces turned pale, their minds reeling. They stood there, their bodies shaking, their hearts surging with overwhelming waves, completely unable to calm down. And this sea of fire was still burning. At this moment, as the giant flame roared, this sea of fire, coming from all directions, converged on Tongshan Island, finally incinerating everything on the small island, and through every crack in the ground, rushed straight to the foundation of Tongshan Island. Beneath the foundation of Tongshan Island was the formation of the underground palace. At this moment, inside the underground palace, the formation was fully activated. All the skeletons in the surrounding area, including the three corpses of the previous Kui emperor, had completely merged, becoming part of the formation. And at the center of the formation, within the black pool, the pool had disappeared. Instead, countless black runes appeared. These runes filled the bodies of Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. As for the Heavenly Venerate, he pressed Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei down with both hands. His ferocious expression was filled with madness as he growled softly, "Fusion, fusion, fusion for me." Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei's bodies trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, their bodies were moving at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were about to fuse together. It was at this very moment that the entire underground palace suddenly shook, as if the world was collapsing, as if the end of the world was coming. The stone walls surrounding the underground palace instantly turned crimson. In a flash, with a deafening explosion, from within the surrounding stone walls and from the rock peaks above, a terrifying flame suddenly erupted and crashed down. It was like a storm of fire. How could the heavenly venerate not know everything happening outside? But this was a crucial moment in this fusion process. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Moreover, for him, let alone destroying Tongshan Island, even destroying the entire world and wiping out everyone in the world wouldn't be as important as what he needed to do right now. Fusion for me. Seeing the flames descending all around, the heavenly venerate roared loudly. His entire cultivation suddenly expanded, blocking the approaching sea of fire. At the same time, his cultivation exploded, causing Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei to fuse in his hands even faster. Master! From within the descending flames, the mournful cries of Bai Hao echoed. At this moment, Bai Hao was the embodiment of this sea of fire. As the flames descended, he immediately saw his master, who seemed to have lost all consciousness, being pinned down by the heavenly venerate. His body and Du Lingfei's had merged together. This scene drove Bai Hao into an extreme frenzy. His roar shook the heavens and earth. The 22 colors of fire were instantly affected, erupting with even greater speed, directly shattering all the surrounding stone walls, merging at the top, and descending completely. Flames from all sides rushed towards Bai Xiaochun. From afar, the surrounding sea of fire was incredibly ferocious and powerful, carrying an aura that even caused the heavenly venerate's expression to change. The heavenly venerate's cultivation spread out to form a protective shield, but it was completely ignored by this sea of fire. What kind of fire is this? The heavenly venerate's expression changed, his heart pounding with shock. That fire was truly powerful, exceeding his previous expectations. In an instant, this sea of fire roared through the heavenly venerate's shield, passing over Ling Fei's body. When it appeared, it was suddenly beside Bai Xiaochun. Then, it violently surged outwards. Boom! An unimaginable force, exceeding the limits of this world, directly erupted from the 22-colored sea of fire, finally forming a vast wall of fire that fiercely pushed the heavenly venerate's body away. The heavenly venerate's expression turned ferocious, his eyes filled with cruelty and madness. Bai Hao, you're walking straight into death. The heavenly venerate roared, his entire cultivation radiating outwards, his quasi-heavenly venerate aura erupting, attempting to extinguish this sea of fire. But at this moment, the high temperature within the sea of fire spread, causing even the heavenly venerate to feel apprehensive, even sensing a hint of life or death danger. What kind of fire is this? In this flame, even a heavenly venerate couldn't help but retreat. Pushed away was Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei had long since fainted. At this moment, Bai Hao forcefully separated her from Bai Xiaochun, her fusion state instantly interrupted. Her body was directly pushed far away, and this wall of fire continued to expand. Amidst the loud explosions, the heavenly venerate was forced to retreat further. All of this sounds lengthy, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. After pushing Du Lingfei and the heavenly venerate away, in the center of this wall of fire, within the condensing flames, the figure of Bai Hao materialized from within the flames, standing before the unconscious Bai Xiaochun. The merging process was interrupted, causing Bai Xiaochun's body to reverse. He was originally unconscious, but under the high temperature of the surrounding flames, he seemed to regain consciousness. He reluctantly opened his eyes. In his dull, lifeless eyes, a bewildered expression appeared. After clearly seeing the flames and Bai Hao, Bai Xiaochun's voice was weak, whispering softly, "How'er." This single word, "How'er," caused Bai Hao's body to tremble. His eyes held an indescribable sorrow. Bai Xiaochun's life force was almost completely extinguished, and his eyes closed again. Such a scene caused Bai Hao's mind to ache to the extreme. "Master, leave everything to me." Bai Hao gritted his teeth fiercely. He felt his soul rapidly dissipating. He understood that he couldn't endure these 22 colored flames for much longer. The most important thing before him right now was to save his master. He truly realized that Bai Xiaochun's injuries were extremely severe. The worst ever. 99% of his life force had been taken away. The only thing left was a single trace of remaining breath. Any remaining trace meant complete annihilation, death, and destruction. Bai Hao knew the most crucial point at this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he let out a low roar. In an instant, the walls of fire surrounding them suddenly contracted. During this contraction, a teleportation force surged forth. It was as if he wanted to use the 22 colored flames to transcend the limits of this world, forcefully teleporting Bai Xiaochun away. "Bai Hao, you dare!" Seeing Bai Hao about to rescue Bai Xiaojun, the feeling of seeing hope within his grasp only to have it shattered and snatched away by someone else caused the already enraged and furious Heavenly Venerate to lose all regard for family ties and recklessly erupt even further. He absolutely could not agree and absolutely could not allow Bai Hao to rescue Bai Xiaojun. This sea of fire, melt for me. Under this raging fire, the Heavenly Venerate became completely enraged. Even though this wall of fire terrified him, his oppressive power still surged and overwhelmed the heavens. This immense pressure formed a colossal crushing force, shattering the surrounding void, causing the sky to tremble, and shaking the Tangshan Sea and even the entire Tangshan continent. It seemed that at this moment, the power of the entire world was concentrated within him. His anger was the anger of the world. In that instant, his aura surged uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it finally erupted to its limit. Outside, the sea roared, and all the earth veins of the Tangshan continent trembled. Even cracks appeared in the sky. All his aura, all his cultivation, all his pressure, all burst forth in this single moment. He raised his right foot and stomped forward fiercely. With this stomp, his aura, his cultivation, and his pressure seemed to materialize, forming a colossal Dharma image that surged violently from his body towards the flames in front of him. This Dharma image radiated 5 colors, containing wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, suddenly condensing the will of the world. As the Dharma image rushed out, it seemed to use the power of the entire world to suppress these 22 colors of fire. Such a momentum was earth-shattering. Boom! This sea of fire surpassed the limits of the world, yet it could still violently surge before him. Bai Hao, inside the flames, trembled intensely. It seemed as if an invisible, gigantic hand was roaring towards him, intending to crush both the flames and Bai Hao within. Bai Hao's soul was burning intensely, wanting to fight back. But the pressure from the Heavenly Venerate was too strong. At this moment, the Heavenly Venerate was approaching step by step. With each step he took, the 22 flames retreated. It seemed that in front of him, even the 22 flames, surpassing the limits of this world, were crushed. No one can stop me from saving my master. Taoist Tangshan, you can't either? As the Heavenly Venerate advanced and his aura continuously erupted, Bai Hao let out a heart-wrenching scream. Amidst this scream, he extended his hands, turning his head to glance at Bai Xiaojun. Then his eyes were filled with sadness and an indescribable reluctance to part. When he turned back, only determination remained in his eyes. He fiercely swung his hands. Burn it, my soul, all of it, Bai Hao laughed heartily. Finally, with a single breath, the remaining 4 parts of his soul everything burned in an instant. He spared no expense, spared nothing, holding nothing back. As the flames burned, the 22 flames, suppressed by the Heavenly Venerate, seemed to be fueled. In that instant, the 22 flames surged wildly, several times more ferocious than before. Amidst this diffusion, the Heavenly Venerate, who was concentrating his world power, his expression once again contorted wildly. No, the Heavenly Venerate's face contorted. Before, he appeared powerful, but in reality, these 22 flames still made him wary. He had merely suppressed them. Now, this sea of fire, fueled by Bai Hao's burning, erupted violently. Even he couldn't avoid being forced to retreat once more. But he was unwilling to give up. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bloodlust. In his madness, seeing the teleportation force within the sea of fire begin to unfold, the Heavenly Venerate roared in fury. It seemed as if the whole world could hear his voice. Heavenly bone for veins, the Heavenly Venerate shrieked. As the sound spread, the 4 veins of the Tangshan continent trembled. Overlapping images suddenly shot up into the air from the 4 veins of the continent, like the soul of the earth. Golden sea of flesh, veins bulged on the Heavenly Venerate's forehead. In his roar, he swung his hands forcefully. Instantly, all the water of the Tangshan Sea outside surged into the air. In the sky, all the water of the Tangshan Sea instantly condensed together. After merging with the soul of the 4 veins of the earth, it suddenly took the soul of the 4 veins of the earth as bones and the sea water as flesh, forming a gigantic golden hand. As soon as this hand appeared, it directly emitted an aura that caused all living beings within the Tangshan continent to tremble in fear. This was the true hand of the world. The hand suddenly grabbed towards Tangshan Island. The speed of this hand was extremely fast. With a loud explosion, the giant hand in the air fiercely grabbed towards Tangshan Island, towards the sea of fire that Bai Hao had transformed into and was rapidly teleporting. Bai Hao's heart was filled with despair. He let out a tragic laugh. Although the 22 colors of fire under the burning of his soul could resist this hand of the world, it was unavoidable that it would sever his teleportation. Under this burning, his soul would definitely not be able to endure until the next teleportation. But at this moment, in the eastern direction of Tangshan, more precisely, within the mountain gate of the Ni sect, an overwhelming aura of blood energy, causing the sky to turn blood red, erupted. The overwhelming blood energy emanating from the eastern branch of the Tangshan River instantly erupted. In the air above Tangshan Island, a blood-red light, carrying boundless madness from the east, pierced through the void, shaking the heavens and earth, roaring forth. This blood-red light was suddenly a blood spear formed from fresh blood. This blood spear was approximately 10,000 feet in size, seemingly wanting to pierce through the void. With a loud bang, it directly reappeared in the air above Tangshan Island. Its target was not Tangshan Island, but the world hand made of bones from the 4 branches and flesh and blood from the Tangshan Sea, which was rapidly rushing towards Bai Hao. This blood spear arrived too quickly, appearing too suddenly. In an instant, it directly struck the world hand, giving rise to a deafening explosion. Blood ancestor, you're not dead. The heavenly venerate's expression twisted into a ferocious rage, roaring with furious anger. But even with his most ferocious roar, he couldn't prevent the blood spear and the world's hand from colliding. In a deafening explosion, the blood spear directly pierced through the world's hand. Although the spear itself was shattered into pieces by the impact, it still managed to momentarily halt the world's hand, which was gripping Bai Hao and preventing him from leaving. Just a moment, but that was enough. Bai Hao had initially laughed bitterly in despair, but now he didn't hesitate at all. His soul was burning, flames erupted, and his teleportation power was fully unleashed. With a loud bang, Bai Hao transformed into flames, directly engulfing Bai Xiaochun, and instantly vanished from Tangshan Island. Bai Xiaochun was unconscious. At this moment, his body suddenly trembled. His eyes wanted to open, but he could only vaguely see the sea of fire all around him. However, at a place invisible to his eyes, he seemed to sense a bloodline of the same origin as himself, silently erupting. On Tangshan Island, the heavenly venerate roared, his madness surpassing his previous level, causing the world to tremble and the heavens and earth to freeze. Blood ancestor, you deserve to die. You all deserve to die. His anger was beyond description. He had paid the price by sacrificing his flesh and blood, giving up everything. But in the end, just like before, at the most crucial moment, a mishap occurred, and he failed. Repeated failures drove the heavenly venerate mad. You all deserve to die. You all must die. Bai Xiaochun, you can't escape. The heavenly venerate's entire body trembled, his eyes bloodshot. As he roared, the hand of this world grew larger and larger, wanting to rush towards the savage wilderness, following the places where Bai Hao had fled in the netherworld in pursuit. But at this moment, the vital energy from the east, from within the mountain gate of the Reverse River sect, erupted once again. This time, the eruption was even more intense and earth-shattering than before. At this moment, the entire world seemed to turn blood red. The eastern meridian reaching heaven. Within the mountain gate of the Reverse River sect. At this moment, all the disciples still present were violently shaken, terrified to the extreme. They scattered in all directions, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment, looking towards their sect's treasure, the blood ancestor's body within the Reverse River sect, which had stood there since the sect's founding. It was incredibly tall. One could say the giant blood ancestor stood towering in the space beneath the trees. His body was as tall as the towering tree itself. For so many years, he had remained motionless, like a true corpse. But at this moment, the blood ancestor's body finally began to tremble. With each tremor, the mud that had accumulated on his skin over countless years began to crumble. Cracking sounds echoed as large chunks of mud crashed to the ground. His right hand, once the bloodstream lineage, was particularly affected. As the mud cleared, the blood ancestor gradually appeared before everyone. His entire body, from head to toe, seemed to be riddled with cracks. And within the blood ancestor's body, his withered heart finally began to move thump, thump. Beneath this movement, the sound of a heartbeat echoed. Even the 4 dried-up blood vessels surrounding the heart began to emit a blood-red light. One could see streams of fresh blood flowing through these vessels in rhythm with the heartbeat. But several blood vessels, visible to the naked eye, had directly recovered. This recovery was spreading, frantically expanding within the blood ancestor's body. His heartbeat grew increasingly intense, even reaching outside his body. Such a scene caused everyone in the reverse river sect to gasp in astonishment, crying out in disbelief. Blood ancestor, my God, what's happening? He's alive. The bloodstream lineage, in particular, was terrified to the extreme. They couldn't imagine that the blood ancestor's body, the bloodstream lineage's most precious treasure, which they had absorbed and cultivated for so many years, even imitating and creating numerous divine abilities from, could still be alive today. It's important to know that the blood ancestor's previous ability to move was only possible because all the cultivators of the bloodstream lineage controlled it. Currently, with no one controlling it, the blood ancestor's body trembled along with his heartbeat, causing a massive wave of emotions to surge through their minds. Especially the sound of his heartbeat, which grew stronger and faster, like thunder, reverberating in all directions. Within the blood ancestor's body, an earth-shattering life force suddenly erupted. Under this burst of life force, an overwhelming surge of blood energy rose up, staining the entire world crimson. Even the wind and clouds seemed to surge like a raging sea of blood. At this moment, the blood ancestor seemed to come back to life. His body showed no trace of death. All that could be felt was his astonishing physical strength and his blood energy, which was constantly growing stronger. However, although his body had regained vitality and his blood energy was overwhelming, at this moment the blood ancestor seemed to possess only his physical form, without a soul. But in the blink of an eye, as the blood ancestor's body surged with blood energy and vitality, suddenly, within this reverse river sect, because of Bai Xiaochun's elixir from back then, the monkey of the spirit stream sect appeared, slowly rising from the peak of the spirit stream mountain. His eyes showed the most serious expression he had ever had. A hint of determination flickered across his face. It's time to return. That was originally me. Being able to return these past few years is enough. But never mind, although you borrowed me to nurture someone else's soul, this is a fair exchange with the tomb guardian during this time. The old monkey let out a laugh. In an instant, his body withered rapidly, turning into dust. Only a wisp of soul remained, suddenly flying out. This soul was not the old monkey's soul, but a remnant soul. After flying out, it immediately rushed towards the blood ancestor's body. At the same time, inside the reverse river sect, there was a rabbit, its face showing a joyful, emotional smile. Gradually, its eyes closed, its body disintegrated, and its soul flew out, rushing towards the blood ancestor. It wasn't just the monkey and the rabbit. At this moment, in many areas of this heaven-connecting world, a winged tiger, originally residing in the mountains, suddenly trembled, tilting its head back and letting out a roar. Then its body disintegrated, and its remnant soul flew out. There were also a flock of birds, ants, and large geese acting as guards. At this moment, all the strangely transformed creatures that Bai Xiaochun had released during his alchemy years in various areas of this world all trembled, all turned into dust, and the souls nurtured within them suddenly soared into the air, rushing towards the reverse river sect from all directions. In the blink of an eye, inside the reverse river sect, the blood ancestor's blood energy surged, returning with each wisp of his remaining soul. Until the last wisp of soul merged into his body, the blood ancestor's entire being trembled violently. A deep, clear voice boomed from his mouth, echoing throughout the world. Yesterday's breath exchanged for today's awakening. I have returned. Following the resounding voice, the blood ancestor's eyes suddenly opened. These eyes held overwhelming killing intent, overwhelming madness, and even more so, overwhelming hatred. Heavenly venerable, I have returned. As the roar echoed everywhere, all the remaining mud and earth on the blood ancestor's body exploded, revealing a body like a war god, suddenly flying away, rushing towards Tongshan Island, returning with madness and hatred, charging forward with a thunderous roar. It was at this very moment that Emperor Kui, residing in Kuwang City within the savage wilderness, who had been standing at the pinnacle of the imperial palace, his face etched with worrying and bitterness, watched from afar as the human spirit forest outside Human Spirit City was overrun, causing many soul cultivators to retreat into Kuwang City. But in an instant, his entire body trembled violently. The fresh blood in his body seemed to be drawn in, flowing uncontrollably, a surge of vital energy erupting from within him. This is. Emperor Kui's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in astonishment. At the same time, deep within the ruins of Kuwan City, amidst the 3 city walls, atop an incomplete tower, the Tomb Guardian sat cross-legged. His cloudy eyes slowly opened once more. He looked around the 3 city area, and in front of him, flames suddenly appeared, along with Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao inside the flames. He whispered softly, "Finally, the plan has begun." The eastern branch of the Tongshan River, the sky above the Ni sect trembled as the powerful blood ancestor suddenly rose from the ground. His earth-shattering blood energy spread out, directly dyeing the sky red. His eyes held a madness and hatred seemingly accumulated over countless years. His entire being erupted with power. He transformed into a rainbow, seemingly wanting to cut through heaven and earth, hurtling straight towards Tongshan Island. His speed was incredibly fast. A deafening explosion resounded. The mountain range collapsed. The ground shattered. The Tongshan Sea, as if struck by a sharp blade, suddenly slashed down, splitting the sea between the eastern branch of the Tongshan River and Tongshan Island in a massive, deafening roar. The long path stretched deep into the seabed, like a dividing line separating the vast ocean, a sweeping sweep across. It seemed even the waters of the Tongshan Sea could only yield. Even a powerful figure like a heavenly venerate had a change of expression. He wanted to catch up with Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun. But because of the blood ancestor's awakening and the overwhelming blood energy descending, he had no choice but to stop. Unlike Bai Xiaochun, although the blood ancestor also possessed the great perfection of the immortal scroll, his cultivation hadn't increased at all. He relied solely on the immense power of the immortal scroll's physical body. Even more astonishing was his bloodline. He was a descendant of the Kui Emperor. This caused the immortal scroll within him to unleash a powerful force, surpassing even Bai Xiaochun. In any case, this immortal scroll, at its earliest stage, was left to him by the Emperor's generation as his successor. Furthermore, the blood ancestor had been famous for many years. In terms of the profound level of the immortal scroll's blood energy, even Bai Xiaochun, who had just achieved great mastery, couldn't compare. This was due to the accumulation of countless years. Even at the moment his soul and spirit were scattered, his blood energy, though seemingly calm, had continuously settled over those years. After settling for over 10,000 years, it suddenly erupted in a torrent, no longer an ordinary demigod, but a level very close to a great perfection demigod. He radiated such powerful aura that even the Tongshan Taoist couldn't help but be shaken. If that were all, it would be one thing. But time and again, at the very moment the blood ancestor awakened, he sensed Bai Xiaochun's presence. He also used some methods unknown to outsiders, relying on his bloodline power, to sense the Tomb Guardian's plan. This plan of the Tomb Guardian was slightly different from the one he had when he died years ago. But he didn't care. The Tomb Guardian chose him. That's good. I was originally ashamed before my ancestors, and I wasn't the right person to lead everyone out of this world. To fulfill my ancestors' last wishes, I only wanted to live a normal life with Linger. It was this heavenly venerate who killed Linger in front of me. Now I've awakened. But I can't exist in this world for much longer. If that's the case, what I want to do most now is kill the heavenly venerate. Blood ancestor wept and laughed at the same time, his eyes revealing even more madness. Although we can't kill him, we must prevent him from destroying the Tomb Guardian's plan. Prevent him from controlling Linger to integrate into the treasure world. With a resounding explosion, flames suddenly erupted from the blood ancestor's body. He suddenly burned everything within himself, exchanging it for even greater combat power. I only regret. This time, upon awakening, I only sense Linger's soul within the treasure world in the northern region, but she is still asleep. The blood ancestor tilted his head and glanced briefly at the northern region. As he turned, his speed increased. With a loud explosion, the blood ancestor transformed into a giant of flames. His combat power continuously erupted, breaking through to the peak of the demigod realm, very close to the quasi-heavenly venerate. Until, at this extreme speed, he saw the Tongshan Island, saw the heavenly venerate standing in the sky above Tongshan Island, Behind him a gigantic hand with 4 veins as bones and the sea as flesh. Heavenly Venerable. Blood Ancestor roared, charging forward ferociously. The Heavenly Venerable narrowed his eyes. A murderous glint seemed to emanate from them. He felt increasingly troubled and enraged. His hatred for the Tomb Guardian was beyond description. In fact, in recent years, although the Tomb Guardian's cultivation had gradually weakened, he was cunning and calculating, always causing the Heavenly Venerable endless trouble. The feeling of repeatedly being thwarted as he neared success drove the Heavenly Venerable mad. At this moment, he raised his right hand. The gigantic hand behind him surged and roared, hurtling towards the Blood Ancestor. 10,000 years ago, a fierce battle had erupted between the two. Now, 10,000 years later, that fighting spirit continued, rising again. A world-shattering battle. A life-or-death struggle erupted in the Tongshan Sea. Meanwhile, in the desolate wilderness, deep within the underground of the Imperial City, beneath the 3 walls where the Imperial Dynasty left its most precious treasures. In a pile of ruins, the Tomb Guardian sat cross-legged on a crumbling tower. His gaze also withdrew from the void. As he lowered his head, his eyes fell on Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun, who had appeared here. In the entire world, Bai Hao had no other choice. The only place he could think of to resist the pursuit of the Heavenly Venerate was here. Even if the Tomb Guardian was nearing the end of his life and could return to his ancestral land at any moment, he was still the previous Underworld Emperor. After all, he was an existence of endless ages, the Tomb Guardian of the entire world. After teleporting Bai Xiaochun to this place, Bai Hao breathed a sigh of relief. His soul, now burning within these 22 colors of fire, had become hazy. Bai Hao understood that his time was truly very limited. He didn't want to. The moment he turned to look at Bai Xiaochun sitting cross-legged, he saw that after the fusion was interrupted, his vitality, though dim, hadn't completely faded. He saw that Bai Xiaochun was nothing but skin and bones, his hair gone. His appearance was aged, his whole body covered in wrinkles. Bai Hao wept. Master, Bai Hao being a soul body, didn't normally shed tears. But today, under this burning fire, in his final moments, a miracle seemed to have occurred. Tears streamed from his eyes. Although they were tears, they transformed into flames as they fell. But seeing his master's tragic state, the pain and discomfort in his heart made it impossible for him to hold back the tears. Until Bai Xiaochun seemed to hear his disciples call in his days, he gradually used all his strength to try and open his eyes. But he was truly too weak. His only remaining life force was insufficient to fully open both eyes. He could only lift his eyelids slightly, yet he felt utterly exhausted. Fortunately, even if he only opened them slightly, he could vaguely see his disciples standing before him. Although his eyes were still dazed, as if he had lost his soul, the slight opening of his eyes still caused Bai Hao's body to tremble. "Master!" Bai Hao exclaimed excitedly, kneeling before Bai Xiaochun. Looking at his master before him, his soul was dissipating faster and faster, but a smile appeared on his face. This smile was so innocent, like a junior seeing a beloved elder. Then a gentle tenderness emanated from his heart, from his soul, as he looked towards Bai Xiaochun and gently bowed his head. "One bow, one thank you, Master, for the grace of creating my soul," Bai Hao whispered, his forehead hitting the ground as he bowed. Along with the impact, an image flashed in his mind, the year after he woke up, seeing the figure standing before him, claiming to be his master. It was an image he could never forget. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. In the darkness, he seemed to sense something. His consciousness, in its daze, struggled, as if wanting to regain its senses, wanting to fully open its eyes. Bai Hao raised his head and gazed deeply at Bai Xiaochun. Looking at his master, the smile on his face became even brighter. Only the longing in his eyes grew even more intense. He bowed his head, then bowed again. Two bows to thank my master for his friendship." Bai Hao's voice was weak. At this moment, his soul was hazy and unclear. It seemed that at this moment, the 22 burning flames were about to end. As he spoke, the image of the two master and disciple living together in the spirit refining shop in Kuwang City appeared in his mind, repeatedly flashing in his memory, lingering for a long time. That was the affection he had felt his whole life. That was the most precious tenderness of his life. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled even more. In this instant, A scream seemed to emanate from his consciousness. A strong sense of unease, as if something incredibly precious was about to disappear from his side forever, made him tremble even in his delirium, gradually wanting to awaken. Bai Hao raised his head, finally glancing at Bai Xiaochun. This gaze was profound, as if wanting to forever engrave Bai Xiaochun's image within his very being. At this moment, the reluctance and longing had become infinitely deep. As he bowed once more, beneath that burning body, beneath this dissipating soul, he prostrated himself again. 3 bows! 3 bows of gratitude! Bai Hao murmured. But his words could not be completed. With this bow, his soul, starting from his feet, suddenly vanished. Until his entire body finally dissipating, he still maintained the posture of bowing, his forehead touching the ground. 3 bows, thank you, master. The words were unfinished, seemingly only echoing in the void of the underworld. If there is a next life, I will still be your disciple. No. In the blink of an eye, as Bai Hao vanished, Bai Xiaochun's withered hand, which had been incapable of lifting, finally trembled and reached out to grab the spot where Bai Hao had disappeared. But only empty space remained, however. In that instant, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness, which had been in a state of stupor, suddenly awakened. An indescribable sorrow, like a tidal wave, surged through him, jolting him completely awake from the boundless void. In that same instant, his eyes suddenly opened. He stared blankly at the empty space before him. Bai Hao's soul had vanished along with the 22 colors of fire in this void. Only a single spark remained, seemingly representing Bai Hao's last remaining mark in this world. This spark, in its dissipation, fell into Bai Xiaochun's raised hand, leaving a mark of injury. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. He raised his hand, but couldn't lower it from midair. At this moment, tears streamed down his face. He couldn't see the final scene of Bai Hao's departure, but he felt within his life, as if from this moment on, he had forever lost his disciple. Tears streamed down his face, falling onto the ruined ground. His entire being was enveloped by an overwhelming grief he had never experienced before. Bai Xiaochun had witnessed the deaths of loved ones and friends. But now, with Bai Hao's demise, Bai Xiaochun's mind fell into a profound silence. The grief was so intense that he couldn't even scream. But unconsciously shed tears images flashed through his mind. The first time he saw Bai Hao, the awakening of Bai Hao's soul, the two of them living together in the desolate wilderness. Bai Hao. From now on, I am your master. Ha ha, Howard, don't worry, I have experience with this. These images flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind again and again. His body trembled uncontrollably. His raised hand couldn't bring itself to lower. Instinctively, he even gripped it a little tighter. It seemed he couldn't believe that Bai Hao had fallen. However, Bai Xiaochun whispered. As tears streamed down his face, his sobs gradually grew louder. Those cries echoed through the ruins, filled with endless sorrow and profound grief. Why the killing? Why did someone have to die? Why isn't cultivation for immortality? Why amidst the incessant tears, amidst this endless grief, and before the doubts that had always lingered since the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation? Bai Xiaochun's voice grew weaker and weaker. He was left with only a glimmer of life. Bai Hao's departure had caused an unimaginable sadness to accumulate within him. This sadness was difficult to dispel. Tears could hardly express even a fraction of that sorrow. If it could and be released, the lingering grief would form a cold wine that extinguished his last spark of life, turning into a storm in his world, freezing everything. In this whirlwind, before it could freeze his life, Bai Xiaochun raised his head and glanced at the tomb guardian. In his eyes, deep within this sorrow, when he looked at the tomb guardian, although there was a hint of complexity, but mostly hatred, how could he not know? Whether it was Du Lingfei or Bai Hao, their current predicament behind all of this was the tomb guardian's doing. No matter why the tomb guardian was acting, Bai Xiaochun absolutely could not forgive them. This kind of hateful gaze had never appeared on Bai Xiaochun before. He had always been cheerful, joyful, almost pure and innocent, but it seemed that with this hateful gaze, all his memories were buried and forgotten. With a bitter laugh, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes. The tomb guardian felt a pang of bitterness. He saw the hatred in Bai Xiaochun's eyes and felt Bai Xiaochun's vitality, like an unbloomed flower, quickly withering in this sorrow. Sitting cross-legged on the ruined tower, witnessing all of this, he sighed softly in silence. If possible, he wouldn't want Bai Hao to fall. Perhaps even he couldn't save Bai Hao's soul, which was being burned within these 22 colors. In the end, he could only secretly help a little, hoping for a glimmer of life. He wasn't sure and didn't say it out loud. Bai Xiaochun, the tomb guardian whispered, his voice mournful, echoing within the ruins. Although I devised a plan, during this process, not every detail could be controlled. Everything is for the immortal longevity technique. Immortality is like yang, longevity is like yin. The old tomb guardian's voice reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, but it couldn't awaken his consciousness, which was still immersed in grief and withering. It seemed the tomb guardian's words weren't directed at Bai Xiaochun. It seemed he was talking to himself. He wanted to use these words to solidify his own thoughts, to solidify his belief in his mission. The methods of these 2 volumes of the Emperor's Bloodline, passed down for a long time, are to condense hope for everyone amidst the great calamities of eternity, the tomb guardian whispered. His voice grew even more mournful, as if emanating from the passage of time. Unfortunately, cultivating either volume alone is extremely difficult. Those with the Emperor's Bloodline possess enhanced bloodlines, and those who succeed are rare. Not to mention those with diluted bloodlines in this world. Even if they cultivate to the highest level, they cannot unify yin and yang. Ultimately, it is difficult to break through. Reaching the highest level is the end. To cultivate the immortal scroll and then the longevity scroll is unimaginably difficult. From ancient times to the present, no one has been able to do it. Although I know very well the requirements of this cultivation method, it requires dying once to achieve it, because the opposite of immortality is death. Longevity is the opposite. Although it's short-lived, it's still death in reality. Between immortality and longevity, connecting them is death. Only this kind of death isn't a true fall, but like the blood ancestor. Yesterday's breath is exchanged for today's awakening, the tomb guardian murmured. He hadn't originally said these words aloud, but today he couldn't pay attention to anything else. With Bai Hao's death, with the fall of the underworld emperor, the tomb guardian understood that this world had reached its end. From now on, there would be no more reincarnation in the world. All the souls of the deceased would float freely in the heavens and earth. Today, Minha fears that he too will die like Bai Hao, drying up. The soul within Minha fears it will crowd out, spreading throughout the world. Only by experiencing death, like having a bridge, can one achieve mastery of the immortal scroll and be qualified to cultivate the longevity scroll. But it's just a qualification. To make the immortal scroll complete requires time, far too long. The tomb guardian's sigh echoed through the ruins. He didn't have the time, nor the means to predict whether unforeseen events might occur during the process, thus shattering all hope and ending his mission. Even if this was the true plan, discussed with the blood ancestor before Bai Xiaochun's appearance and his fall. Today, with Bai Xiaochun's appearance and his potential in the immortal scroll, the tomb guardian revised his previous plan. He disregarded the blood ancestor and placed his hopes on Bai Xiaochun. After that, everything that followed was also altered. But there was still a more important factor that gave the tomb guardian more confidence in his revised plan than the original one. The Tongshan Taoist, without any evil thoughts, his talent is immense. Something I've rarely seen in my life. The immortal longevity technique, he ultimately used a different shortcut to create the immortal longevity pill. The tomb guardian's eyes were closed, his aged voice still echoing everywhere. He wanted Bai Xiaochun to replace the blood ancestor, to become the hope for him to fulfill his mission. He wanted Bai Xiaochun to cultivate the longevity scroll, not step-by-step cultivation, but accelerated learning. In the tomb guardian's opinion, the combined method created by the Tongshan Taoist to produce the immortal longevity pill was also incredibly brilliant. The tomb guardian demanded that within Bai Xiaochun's body, there be a trace of the longevity scroll's aura completely merging with his body. This aura is indeed a seed capable of causing the tomb guardian, under the influence of the Tongshan Taoist, to use his own methods, based on years of experience, to activate the seed, allowing Bai Xiaochun to learn rapidly. Therefore, I took advantage of the Tongshan Taoist's eagerness to leave this world, successively disrupting his plans and arrangements, creating the illusion of killing him. Under my coercion, under his own madness, he indeed chose to devour his own cub. also took this opportunity and conversely used the heavenly venerate and Du Lingfei to cause a trace of the longevity scroll's aura to appear within Bai Xiaochun's body during this fusion process. You to have merged, reaching a certain level. Even though there's not much life left in your body today, you still possess the aura of the longevity scroll. A glint of light flashed in the Tomb Guardian's dark eyes, as if he could see through Bai Xiaochun's body, seeing the dried flesh and blood within him, and the presence of this longevity scroll aura. This is the seed. What I want to do is to let this seed sprout and grow to a level that overshadows the heavens. The Tomb Guardian said this, slowly standing up. The arrogant expression in his eyes vanished. In that instant, an earth-shattering aura erupted from him. I will do everything I can, not disappoint heaven and earth, not disappoint the living beings in this world, not disappoint my true self. The Emperor's generation, as for achieving eternity, the only thing is, I have wronged Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, let me guide you, so that from now on, you will ascend straight to the heavens and reach the azure clouds of creation. Everything, you will have the answer after you leave this world. The Tomb Guardian laughed. His laughter carried anticipation and an astonishing determination. His aura grew stronger and stronger. In this instant, an unimaginable surge of vitality erupted within him. It seemed like a dying man's last burst of energy, wanting to burn everything within him, unleashing it in this single moment. As the Tomb Guardian's aura surged, a storm raged through these three ruined cities. In the deafening explosions, all the surrounding structures crumbled. The ground in all 8 directions directly turned into nothingness. Even the world of these 3 cities, at this moment, showed signs of shattering. Not only these 3 cities, but even the supreme treasure of the Kui imperial dynasty was shaken to its core at this moment. My power is insufficient to withstand it, but the supreme treasures left behind by this venerable one, although I cannot shake them, I can still extract the magical power he has accumulated over countless years. As the Tomb Guardian spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the frozen life force within Bai Xiaochun. In the instant Bai Xiaochun's life force was almost completely extinguished. Following the Tomb Guardian's finger, the heavens and earth exploded, and Kui imperial city shook violently. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. Even though his heart was dead, in that instant, it suddenly leapt. As his heart leapt, his storage bag opened on its own. The seemingly fused skeleton that Bai Xiaochun had obtained from the Ghost Mother's ship years ago suddenly appeared. The golden skeleton and the glass skeleton flew out, instantly causing the surrounding void to flicker with dazzling golden and glassy light. The moment they appeared, the Tomb Guardian gasped. He looked at Bai Xiaochun's storage bag and suddenly roared, "This generation's eternal turtle, a creature of the eternal mother. Why haven't you shown yourself yet?" The Tomb Guardian's voice surpassed the thunder, directly exploding. In the instant the heavens and earth exploded, the tiny black turtle inside Bai Xiaochun's storage bag reluctantly flew out. Damn it, this old fellow, I sensed something was amiss before. So, during this time, I've been hiding in a deep sleep, but I didn't expect. You still recognized me. The small black turtle looked at the Tomb Guardian with a pained expression and let out a low growl. It tilted its head and looked at Bai Xiaochun, its eyes showing shame. Ignoring what the little black turtle said, the Tomb Guardian suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed it from a distance. The little black turtle let out a pained cry, trying to dodge. The Tomb Guardian's eyes flashed, and he angrily shouted, "Lips and teeth are interdependent. Turtle of eternity, don't tell me you haven't awakened yet. Come here." The little black turtle's body trembled. A struggle was visible in its eyes, but very quickly it sighed, as if accepting its fate. Without waiting for the Tomb Guardian to grab it, it let out a low growl. All right. What do you want? Your blood." The Tomb Guardian's gaze was incredibly sharp. The little black turtle gritted its teeth fiercely. Finally, its head stretched out, turning towards its own neck, and with a cracking sound, it ferociously bit down. After being bitten through, its skull flew off. Simultaneously, a large amount of fresh blood gushed directly from the wound, spreading out in streaks. Its body also became incredibly pale. Just as it was reaching its limit, in an instant, the head of the small black turtle came closer and reattached itself to its neck. In a flash, it seemed as if there had never been a wound. "Old man, I've given you everything you wanted." In its weakened state, the small black turtle transformed into a white light. It ignored the Tomb Guardian and returned to Bai Xiaochun's storage bag. But very quickly, it reappeared. I say, old man, from my understanding of Bai Xiaochun, he doesn't usually get angry. Only when he hates someone will his hatred last forever. The Tomb Guardian coldly glanced at the small black turtle. As he withdrew his gaze, he raised his right hand. Instantly, the turtle's blood condensed, transforming into a massive blood sphere that hurtled towards the two skeletons. In a flash, the blood sphere merged with them, causing the yellow and crystalline light emanating from the skeletons to intensify, surpassing their previous radiance. The dense immortal scroll and the longevity scroll aura erupted. The origins of these two skeletons were extraordinary. Years ago, the Ghost Mother fell into this world and was trapped within the forbidden zone of life. The Tomb Guardian had once made a pact with her. One day, he would help the Ghost Mother leave this world. Under this agreement, the Demon Mother also agreed to let the Tomb Guardian place these two skeletons on the second floor inside the demon ship, allowing them to absorb the extraterrestrial energy emanating from the demon ship. Nourished by this extraterrestrial energy, the aura of these two skeletons became even more powerful, as if refined. At the same time, according to the agreement with the Tomb Guardian, the Demon Mother also personally intervened many times, relying on her former heavenly venerate cultivation level to continuously refine these two skeletons, further perfecting them into a complete whole. Gradually, after many years of refinement, although these two skeletons didn't appear to have undergone any significant changes at first glance, in reality, through this fusion, they were rapidly becoming a peerless elixir. The reason the Tomb Guardian did this was because he sensed the plan from the Heavenly Venerate. However, compared to the Heavenly Venerate, the Tomb Guardian had made improvements to the immortal longevity elixir. At the same time, when it came to selecting the remains, he also had an advantage over the Heavenly Venerate. These two sets of remains were obtained by him relying on his memory, under circumstances unknown to the Heavenly Venerate, by finding identical bones from the remains of the Kui Huang dynasties. However, although the immortality bone appeared strong at first glance, it was actually imperfect. Therefore, the Tomb Guardian needed to borrow the power of the extraterrestrial beings on the ghost ship, along with the Ghost Mother's own cultivation, and with his cooperation, refine them. He took a deep breath. After the blood of the little black turtle merged into these two sets of remains, the Tomb Guardian's hands formed a hand seal. A strange light flickered in his eyes. He pressed down fiercely on the two sets of remains. Melt. With a low roar, the blood of the little black turtle suddenly burst into flames, completely merging into the two sets of remains, continuously refining the impurities within. These two skeletons, at a speed visible to the naked eye, merged and turned into dust. But what remained was the abundant life force of the immortal longevity technique. This life force transformed into yellow smoke and crystal. Inside, the fresh blood continuously intertwined, like alchemy, as the blood burned less and less. The yellow smoke and crystal completely intertwined. Slowly, after the fresh blood completely dissipated, it formed a pill that seemed illusory, not real. At first glance, this pill was yellow. But upon closer inspection, it sparkled, transparent like crystal. The moment it appeared, it emitted an aura that was both immortal and eternal. This pill was what the Heavenly Venerable craved, the immortal longevity pill. The only problem was that in the hands of the Heavenly Venerate, it never succeeded. But under the preparation and calculations of the Tomb Guardian, it was successfully refined before the Heavenly Venerate. Looking at the pill, the Tomb Guardian laughed. His laughter was hoarse, carrying a sense of sorrow and a farewell to this world. He swung his right hand forcefully, directly sweeping the peerless pill towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to refuse. In an instant, the peerless pill touched Bai Xiaochun's forehead, immediately merging into his body and directly transforming into a deafening explosion. Inside Bai Xiaochun's head, it exploded. His body trembled violently. An unimaginable life force, originating from the immortal longevity technique, surged within him. This life force was so fiercely powerful that it shattered all the ice that had previously frozen Bai Xiaochun, causing his eyes to suddenly open. With a gasp, his sharp gaze fixed on the Tomb Guardian. "Why?" Bai Xiaochun asked, his voice strained as he spoke each word. "Bai Xiaochun, you may hate me, but after you leave this world, you will know why." In my heart, The mission is greater than everything. The tomb guardian slowly opened his mouth. He walked to Bai Xiaochun's front, raised his right hand, and placed a finger on Bai Xiaochun's head. His cultivation erupted completely. In this instant, all his remaining vitality and potential surged out. As the entire Kuwan city trembled, he suddenly disregarded himself, pouring everything he had into Bai Xiaochun's head to help him recover. At the same time, he used all his life force to stimulate the immortal seed to grow wildly. Boom! Loud noises continuously erupted in Bai Xiaochun's head and body. He showed an expression of emotion. He keenly sensed that, in that instant, his body felt as if it had been infused with boundless vitality. This vitality was of the same origin as the immortal longevity technique, allowing him to integrate it without any resistance whatsoever. It seemed as if it belonged to his cultivation. In an instant, the nearly depleted energy in Bai Xiaochun's body was restored by almost half. Under this restoration, his physical strength also exploded. From the Cha condensation stage, he directly broke through to a level comparable to foundation establishment, and then exploded again. His body reached the golden core stage. During this process, his immortal skin, immortal diamond, immortal tendons, all were restored. Bai Xiaochun even had a strong feeling that the immortal longevity technique at this moment seemed even more powerful than before. Its vitality was even more vigorous. At the same time, his blood and chi were enough to cause earth-shattering events. This feeling, along with the sense of his body's understanding of the Tao, was completely unified. Without a comparison to before, it would be difficult to detect. But compared to his understanding and cultivation of many years prior, the level of integration of the immortal scroll within his body at this very moment shocked Bai Xiaochun. It's like saying that before, Bai Xiaochun, with his perfected immortal skin, had a combat power of 100%. Now, with his combat power restored, it's 150. This terrifying increase makes Bai Xiaochun, who was already surpassing his peers, even more extraordinary. And all of this is due to the ashes of the two skeletons, which condensed into the peerless great elixir, the immortal longevity technique. It seems this peerless elixir not only restores Bai Xiaochun's vitality, but also possesses some special repairing power, making Bai Xiaochun's physical strength unlike, or even surpassing, that of a descendant of the orthodox Kui Huang bloodline. Amidst the crackling sounds, the immortal tendons reached their peak, and Bai Xiaochun's immortal bone realm increased accordingly. Under the continuous burst of power, the immortal bone directly reached its peak. At this moment, his body's recovery was visible to the naked eye. His hair grew long again. His body, which was originally just skin and bones, quickly began to fill with flesh and blood. Even his dry, cracked skin quickly healed, and flesh reappeared, radiating a golden light that would shock anyone who saw it. It was at this moment, after the immortal bone reached its peak, that the immortal blood realm returned. Cracking sounds emanated from Bai Xiaochun's body. All his blood, in an instant, quickly transformed into immortal blood. As the immortal blood spread, Bai Xiaochun's body was completely restored. Waves of overwhelming blood energy surged through his body. This blood energy was so powerful that it stained the entire three-city world blood red. And within this blood red color, a golden light shone. The formidable aura around Bai Xiaochun continuously erupted. After more than 10 breaths, when all the blood in his body had become immortal blood, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently, and a physical strength far exceeding his previous level surged forth from him. Boom! 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 Early demigod, mid-demigod, late demigod, demigod. Great perfection! With the eruption, endless rumbling sounds emanated from Bai Xiaochun's entire body. His combat power increased like a storm, beyond imagination. This feeling of immense power, as if every inch of his flesh and blood contained a force like a hurricane, left Bai Xiaochun slightly shaken. He wondered if it was an illusion. At this moment, with his physical strength restored compared to his previous self, even without cultivation, just his physical body, he was still far superior. After all, after achieving the great perfection of the immortal scroll, although he had a demigod body, it was only equivalent to an early-stage demigod. But now, it's completely different. It's not a world-shattering difference, but the disparity isn't that great either. He even felt a suppression from this fragment of the world. However, this suppression wasn't overwhelming. On the contrary, it was constantly yielding to him. He even had a strong feeling that his body could continuously improve according to his will, until it improved to a body as powerful as the blood ancestors before. This is the true immortal scroll. This is the cultivation of a descendant of the emperor's bloodline, capable of reaching the pinnacle of power. Bai Xiaochun even felt that, at this moment, he seemed even stronger than the blood ancestor, who had also reached the great perfection of the immortal scroll. If it were another time, Bai Xiaochun would have been overjoyed. But now, although his body trembled, his heart remained icy cold. Bai Hao's death was a lifelong torment he could never bear. It's not over. Just as Bai Xiaochun's aura erupted, the Tomb Guardian's voice calmly spoke. After the immortal scroll comes the longevity scroll. In the instant the Tomb Guardian's words were spoken, Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled violently again. The peerless great elixir had only fused into his body about 8/10. 2/10 of its aura, which didn't belong to the immortal scroll, suddenly erupted within him in that instant. This aura, it is the power of immortality. After it spread out, a thread suddenly appeared from within his body that felt familiar to Bai Xiaochun. This thread pierced his heart. Within this thread was the power of immortality, especially clear. Little doo-doo, Bai Xiaochun felt bitter. The remaining life force of immortality from the peerless great pill directly surged into that thread, causing it to instantly grow and strengthen. Boom! Loud noises resounded. In just a few breaths, Bai Xiaochun's body, which had previously been dormant, suddenly recovered to the foundation establishment level as the power of immortality spread through his meridians. However, this foundation establishment surpassed his previous heavenly Dell level. This is Immortal Foundation Establishment. In the blink of an eye, as the Immortal Foundation Establishment formed, Bai Xiaochun felt the presence of 5 shackles that had previously bound his body. These were the 5 great seals of the human body. With a loud bang, the first seal shattered in an instant. Then 2 portions of the power within the peerless great pill erupted, propelling Bai Xiaochun's Immortal Foundation establishment forward, directly transforming into the Immortal Pill. Bai Xiaochun listened carefully. The Tomb Guardian's large hand rested on Bai Xiaochun's head. His cultivation, his vitality, everything he possessed borrowed the power of the Imperial City's protective magic, and at this moment, all of it surged into Bai Xiaochun's body. Intending to further boost the power of the immortal scroll after the medicinal effects of the peerless great pill dissipated, his voice, filled with stubbornness like a final dying wish, echoed in all directions, reaching Bai Xiaochun's ears. I know you have many questions. I know you hate me, and I also know you're questioning why I didn't open the gate to let the heavenly venerate out, but this world. In reality, there's no such thing as a world gate. The so-called Great Gate of the World was merely a lie I told the heavenly venerate back then. The Tomb Guardian's voice boomed like thunder, directly exploding in Bai Xiaochun's ears. What? Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up. At this moment, his cultivation surged, and his mind was shaken beyond measure. If there truly were a world gate, I would have opened it long ago to let the heavenly venerate out. There would be no need to waste so much effort calculating all this. It is precisely because there is no gateway to this world that we have no choice but to do this. But for the living beings born within this world, there are ways to leave this world. In fact, there are 2 ways to leave this place. The first way is for someone with the bloodline of the Emperor to cultivate the immortal longevity technique to the Great Perfection realm, which is the Heavenly Venerate realm. At the moment he becomes a Heavenly Venerate, the world's net will be unable to withstand it, and everything will shatter. Along with it will shatter all the mountains, rivers, and heavens within this world beneath our feet. And then, the one who becomes a heavenly venerate in this generation of the Kui dynasty will unify the entire world before this world shatters and bring all living beings, all the people within this world, out. In the great world outside, the Kui dynasty can still continue. The Tomb Guardian spoke very quickly, his words constantly echoing in Bai Xiaochun's ears. Bai Xiaochun's mind was still shaken. The Tomb Guardian's words revealed a deep-seated secret in his heart. It was at this moment that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation directly broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Within his body, the longevity pill appeared. After this longevity pill condensed, it immediately expanded, causing Bai Xiaochun's longevity scroll to shatter the second seal. It was at this moment that the medicinal power of the peerless Great Pill was insufficient, unable to withstand the shattering of the longevity pill and the birth of the longevity embryo. And at this very moment, the Tomb Guardian's cultivation level directly erupted, boosting Bai Xiaochun's immortal power, further increasing it. Like the immortal scroll, it surpasses all other cultivation techniques and body refining methods in the entire universe. The immortal scroll. In this world, it surpasses all other divine cultivation methods. Even a confident heavenly venerate would be silenced before the immortal scroll. From the Hanman ancestor and Du Lingfei, one can see the astonishing power of this immortal scroll. Although Bai Xiaochun hadn't fought Du Lingfei, he had personally felt the opponent's powerful aura many times. Now, the immortal scroll's aura had appeared within his own body. Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened. On one hand, it was because the Tomb Guardian's words were too shocking. On the other hand, Bai Xiaochun felt that, as the immortal power appeared within his body, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within this world surged. This group, in his eyes, seemed like the lowest class. But that's not all. Not only was it the lowest level, but Bai Xiaochun was also horrified to realize that this world, in the face of the power of immortality, was like its subjects encountering an emperor. With just a thought from Bai Xiaochun, the cultivation of all beings within the world could instantly merge into his body. Although it didn't increase his own cultivation, this method was equivalent to an astonishing crushing force. And obviously, neither Du Lingfei nor the Hanman ancestors before, who cultivated the longevity scroll, possessed such divine power. This was a unique divine ability of someone who had mastered the immortal scroll and cultivated the longevity scroll. After all, according to the Tomb Guardian, before Bai Xiaochun, the only person who had cultivated this method was a generation's emperor. As for the second method, amidst Bai Xiaochun's shock, the Tomb Guardian's voice, clearly weakened and hoarse, echoed. That is the combat power of a heavenly venerate. This isn't a true heavenly venerate, but if one can unleash earth-shattering power, like a heavenly venerate, they can shatter this world, causing it to instantly break into pieces, thus escaping from here. While Bai Xiaochun's mind was continuously and intensely shaken, his cultivation once again broke through, entering the immortal realm. The third seal was even tougher than the previous two, but Bai Xiaochun, under the force of his rapidly increasing cultivation, shattered it like a storm, directly breaking through it. With each break, his cultivation circulated even faster. His body seemed to become incredibly transparent. A single thought could cause the 8 directions to be stirred up by changing winds and clouds. The Tomb Guardian's body trembled. His aura quickly withered. He breathed heavily. His eyes became even more clouded. But he still channeled everything within him through his hand, all his power surging into Bai Xiaochun's body, helping Bai Xiaochun's cultivation to once again erupt and continue to rise. Amidst the resounding explosion, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level soared from the eternal life realm, advancing towards the eternal life heaven, continuously increasing, getting closer. No matter which method is used, it will cause the world to shatter. All life here will be instantly shattered. All will be blasted out into the outer great world. In his weakened state, the Tomb Guardian still gritted his teeth and spoke, as if explaining and justifying everything he had done, in the process of his life returning to its original land. There are only these 2 methods. Bai Xiaochun, you tell me, how can I repay you by burying the entire world, allowing the heavenly venerate to leave? As for the Ghost Mother, because she has the world coordinates, leading a few weak cultivators, and leading others, including the heavenly venerate, she will not be able to leave the world's net. But my mission is not yet complete. Without the appearance of an immortal heavenly venerate, even under the circumstances of a quasi-heavenly venerate. Once the world shatters, how can I possibly accept it? Amidst the echoing roars of the Tomb Guardian, his body began to dissipate. His aura suddenly diminished, but he still gritted his teeth. Although his cultivation and even his life force were depleted, he could still use himself as a bridge, connecting to the supreme treasure of the Kui dynasty, and could utilize the power within. Although not pure, through his body's transformation, it would become the immortal power for Bai Xiaochun to absorb. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation broke through again, entering the immortal heaven realm. Immortal heaven. is also known as heavenly human. This realm transcends Bai Xiaochun's heavenly Tao, surpassing everything. At the same time, in that instant, the fourth seal of the longevity scroll directly exploded. After breaking through, the immortal power in Bai Xiaochun's body did not retract, but continued to increase. And this time, the target of the attack was none other than the god of longevity. The god of longevity. The tomb guardian laughed. Although his laughter was weak, and his body was already hazy, even with a withered feeling reaching its limit, his laughter still carried satisfaction, contentment, a sense of relief and liberation. Bai Xiaochun, let me use my last breath to help you enter the realm of the god of longevity. I only regret that the nutrients of this world can no longer support you in truly entering the heavenly venerate realm with the immortal longevity technique. But becoming a quasi-heavenly venerate is still enough. While the tomb guardian laughed loudly, he raised his left hand, making a gesture pointing into the void. Kui Huang Bao. With a resounding explosion, the entire Kui Huang city trembled. The Grand Heavenly Master, the Kui Huang, the four great heavenly kings, and the Heavenly Duke and Heavenly Marquis were all terrified. At the same time, all the Heavenly Marquis towers and Heavenly Duke towers within Kui Huang city simultaneously shut down. Immediately afterward, an astonishing force instantly erupted from beneath the three cities, striking the tomb guardian's body. Then, within his vaguely damaged body, it transformed and surged into Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun's head felt like it was being struck by lightning. His breathing became increasingly rapid, producing a rumbling sound. His body trembled. As this astonishing force surged in, his immortal power surged immensely. With a resounding explosion, he directly broke through to a higher cultivation realm. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the early stage of the heavenly human realm to the peak of the heavenly human realm. Then, all the power of immortality converged in one place, finally surging forward. Boom! 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 Bai Xiaochun felt the world spinning. Heaven and earth seemed about to shatter. In his mind, the sound of thunder rumbled incessantly, until, after a deafening explosion, like the creation of heaven and earth, his entire body trembled violently. His cultivation broke through. Immortal God. Immortal Scroll, the final layer. In the instant of the breakthrough, the last heel of the immortal scroll seemed to shatter and crumble, scattering in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's body vibrated intensely. The feeling of complete enlightenment reached its limit. It seemed as if all the meridians in his body were connected, and all the acupoints were unified. It's just the tomb guardian's time to return to his ancestral land. At this moment, his right hand gradually disintegrated, turning into dust. The power of the supreme treasure of the Kui dynasty, during its transformation into immortal power, was somewhat lacking. Bai Xiaochun's longevity scroll only reached the early half-god stage, and there was no way to increase it further. But it didn't remain still. Instead, it absorbed all of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation below half-god, and within his body, it began the final fusion. This fusion was the unification of the immortal longevity technique. If it were a different cultivation method, there wouldn't be this fusion. But Bai Xiaochun's longevity scroll was rapidly infused. Therefore, this fusion was extremely important. His body trembled as if heaven and earth were colliding. Bai Xiaochun showed a solemn expression, sitting cross-legged. He was unable to move, even his mind was completely immersed in the immortal longevity technique, slowly sinking into it. His consciousness became hazy. It seemed as if the immortal longevity technique within his body had transformed into a massive vortex, wanting to suck everything he possessed into it. In another cocoon, when he emerged, Bai Xiaochun would truly become the inheritor of the immortal longevity technique. He wasn't the puppet emperor, but he surpassed him. In this hazy state of consciousness, Bai Xiaochun felt a complex mix of emotions. He vaguely sensed that the tomb guardian was dissolving. He looked at him, or perhaps not at him, a smile appearing on his face. The tomb guardian smiled, his body seemingly being rapidly erased by an invisible, gigantic hand, leaving no trace of his existence. "This venerable one, I have completed my mission," the tomb guardian whispered softly. Finally, he glanced at Bai Xiaochun, slowly bowing his head. He felt ashamed before Bai Xiaochun, but not ashamed of his own heart. He knew that sooner or later, the Tongshan Taoist would understand the true way to leave. A war of annihilation like this was already a sign of the world's collapse. His mission was to produce a cultivator of the immortal longevity technique who reached the heavenly venerate realm before this world crumbled. At the very least, a quasi-heavenly venerate. He had no way to stop the Tongtian Taoist. All he could do was leave a glimmer of hope before this world shattered, to mold a quasi-heavenly venerate into existence, not to confront or stop the Tongtian Taoist, but to fulfill his mission. Therefore, he used everyone he could. After bowing his head, he never rose again. The aged body of this tomb guardian turned to dust, disappearing from Bai Xiaochun's sight. "I still hate you." After a long time, Bai Xiaochun whispered softly. His consciousness uncontrollably merged into the immortal longevity technique within his body. While the immortal longevity technique is fused within, the war outside is still raging. The slaughter on Tongtian Island hasn't ended. It seems the entire world is engulfed in a frenzy of bloodshed. The war between the Tongtian continent and the savage wilderness, although several years have passed, is arguably the most brutal in the entire history of the Tongtian world. Even the Tongtian Taoist, who betrayed the Kuwang dynasty and launched a devastating war that brought down an entire dynasty, ultimately escaped the savage wilderness's war with the help of the Tomb Guardian. Even then, it wasn't as brutal as this. Never before has a war occurred where, in such a short time, the number of deaths exceeded all imagination. The savage wilderness became a battlefield. The ground was gradually stained red with blood. The air was permeated with the aura of death, and the pungent smell of blood, it seemed even the strongest wind couldn't dispel it. In all four major sects of the Tongtian continent, the death toll had exceeded 50% if it weren't for the suppression of the heavenly venerables. Such a shocking death rate would undoubtedly have caused the morale of all the cultivators in the Tongtian continent to collapse. Every single heavenly being fell. Today, the number of heavenly beings in the four major sects of the Tongtian continent has decreased by more than half, although none of the demigod ancestors of the four sects have died yet. Their injuries are all becoming increasingly severe. And yet, despite such casualties, the Tongtian continent still holds the advantage in this war. One can imagine the casualties in the savage wilderness are incredibly severe, reaching a level that is horrifying to hear about. Almost all the indigenous tribes throughout the savage wilderness have been annihilated. 7/10 of the heavenly marquises have fallen, and more than half of the heavenly dukes have been utterly destroyed. The four strongholds of the great heavenly king have also fallen into enemy hands, collapsing in the war. Except for the giant ghost king's forces, which are still relatively intact, the armies of the other three heavenly kings have been annihilated by about 8/10. The reason for the huge disparity between the giant ghost king and the other three heavenly kings is primarily due to Bai Xiaochun's actions. Not only did he prevent the war between the Eastern Heavenly Meridian and Giant Ghost City, but before entering the Giant Ghost City battlefield, he killed 3 heavenly guards and also caused the formation to break. All of these are crucial. The failure of the other 3 heavenly kings' strongholds and armies, coupled with their being trapped by the formation while fleeing, is the main factor that led to their near-total annihilation. At this moment, more than 90% of the territory of the Kui imperial dynasty in the savage wilderness had been occupied. Only the Kui imperial city remained. Today, the Kui imperial city held the last remaining forces of the savage wilderness. Once the Kui imperial city was destroyed, it would signify the end of this war, signifying the complete annihilation of the Kui imperial lineage. Around the Kui imperial city, cultivators from the 4 major sects had gathered from all directions, surrounding it. At the same time, almost all the transcendent cultivators were utterly exhausted. Under the ever-increasing fatigue, most of them displayed a numb expression. For the past few years, with the daily deaths unfolding, almost everyone has lost friends and relatives. But all these casualties are known to cultivators on both sides. Bai Hao's death, however, not everyone knows about it. It's just that. At the moment of Bai Hao's death, the river of darkness dried up. All the souls within it were unable to enter reincarnation, only able to manifest in the heavens and earth. This has made vengeful spirits ubiquitous in the savage wilderness today. It's conceivable that, very soon, the number of vengeful spirits will become another great catastrophe for this world. And such an unusual phenomenon has led most of the savage wilderness's soul cultivators to speculate, causing their hearts to tremble. The newly appointed Emperor of Darkness has fallen. This speculation, like a tidal wave, erupted in the hearts of every soul cultivator in the savage wilderness, making them tremble. Their minds, already filled with despair, now plunged into utter darkness, as if the ground had collapsed. Even the grand celestial masters and demigod-level powerhouses were in a tragic situation. If the strongholds of the 4 great celestial kings fell into enemy hands, nearly 90% of the entire barbarian wilderness army would be annihilated. And if the 4 continents of the Tangshan region surrounded the Kuwang city for the entire Kuwang dynasty, this would be like a devastating blow to their very lifeline. Thus, the fall of Emperor Min for the Kui dynasty was the second unimaginably devastating blow to their minds. These 2 blows had already caused the already shaky Kui dynasty to almost collapse. If the Heavenly Venerable could have enticed them to surrender, even the great Heavenly Masters, in their despair, would likely have been shaken. But time and again, the Heavenly Venerable didn't care about human lives and refused to surrender. What he wanted was to wipe out all life in the savage wilderness, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Under the orders and will that had been conveyed, the half-god ancestors of the 4 Yuan sects of Tangshan, in silence and exhaustion, commanded all the forces currently outside Kui Dynasty City to launch an attack on Kui Dynasty City. The final annihilation, the decisive battle, has begun again. Thunder roared incessantly outside the Imperial City. The protective light barrier of the Imperial City's supreme treasure continuously condensed, blocking countless divine abilities and techniques coming from all directions. Meanwhile, the giant demon legion, along with the remaining armies of the 3 heavenly kings and the Imperial City's own guards, marched together, becoming the Imperial City's final force. The sounds of tragedy, self-destruction, and furious roars echoed across the battlefield. The corpse puppet army had also fully mobilized. This army of death had once terrified everyone in the savage wilderness, but now, in this war, it seemed insignificant. High in the sky, the demigods fought each other with apparent madness. The 4 great heavenly kings and the grand celestial master, 5 individuals despite their severe injuries, fought desperately, risking their lives in this brutal battle. Their opponents, besides the demigod ancestors of the 4 heavenly meridians, also included 2 divine guards from Heavenly Meridian Island. 10 demigods clashed in the heavens, as if intending to cause the heavens and earth to collapse, destroying the world. Emperor Kui stood atop the imperial palace, gazing at the battlefield from afar, his face grim. But a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. He was waiting for the guardian of the tomb to appear. He didn't know that Bai Xiaoqun was already in Kui Huang City. He only knew that the guardian of the tomb was the last hope of the Kui Huang dynasty. It wasn't just Emperor Kui who was waiting. The 4 great heavenly kings and the grand heavenly master in the sky were also waiting. Even almost all the savage soul cultivators on the battlefield were waiting at this moment. If the newly appointed emperor Bai Haoming was the earth in the hearts of all the soul cultivators of the Kui Huang dynasty, then the guardian of the tomb was the sky in their hearts. As long as there was a guardian of the tomb, it seemed, everything could be reversed. But just as all the hopes of the Kui imperial dynasty rested on the tomb guardian, suddenly the entire Kui imperial city shook violently. Following the tremor, the surrounding ground trembled. Cracks revealed signs of death. In an instant, originating from Kui Imperial City, the cracks spread outwards, covering the entire land of the savage wilderness. And that wasn't the end. The spreading cracks didn't just stop at the Tangshan Sea. In this diffusion, the cracks directly permeated the entire Tangshan world. Mountains, as if losing their support, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Each mountain range, as if losing its meaning of existence, shattered directly. And each patch of forest, as death spread across the ground, withered and turned to dust in an instant. It seemed that at this moment, the entire world's land beneath this crack, although not exploding, was exuding a dense aura of death. Not only the ground, but also the sky. Whether it was the sky of the savage wilderness or the sky of the Tangshan world, in this instant, it all turned gray, devoid of any life. It seemed the entire world, in this blink of an eye, began to die. Whether cultivators, ordinary people, or all living beings, in this instant, a strong sense of unease arose in their hearts. It seemed that an existence in the netherworld, at this moment, forever disappeared from this world. On the battlefield of Kuwang City, the expressions of the cultivators on both sides became grim. Everyone stopped fighting. Compared to the hazy and distinct cultivators of the Tongtian continent, the bodies of each savage wilderness soul cultivator trembled. Their eyes revealed utter terror and despair. They felt an even more intense, uncontrollable grief and fear transforming into raging waves that engulfed their souls. The guardian of the tomb has fallen. The world is dead. Standing in the imperial palace, the body of the emperor suddenly trembled. His eyes showed disbelief and utter despair. In an instant, all the light in his eyes dimmed. His mournful laughter grew louder and louder. Finally, as if all his strength had drained away, he staggered back a few steps, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The final reign of the emperor, only burning and the imperial city remain. The emperor's eyes closed. High in the sky, the minds of the Grand Celestial Master and the 4 great heavenly kings were blank. They knew the guardian of the tomb was utterly weakened. But at this moment, with the tomb guardian dead, they were completely shaken and despairing. Especially at this moment, with the tomb guardian fallen, this world seemed like a scene of death, further darkening their expressions. The half-god ancestors of the 4 main branches of the Tongtian continent, although their minds were uneasy, still exchanged glances. They saw the determination in each other's eyes. They didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of the current low morale of the barbarian wasteland, they would continue this extermination war, finishing it once and for all, in the deafening explosions and slaughter. Like moving mountains and filling seas, it instantly engulfed Kuwang City. The defenses of Kuwang City suddenly shattered. The city walls collapsed. As the barbarian wasteland soul cultivators fled in disarray, the cultivators of the 4 main branches of the Tongtian continent, perhaps mostly wanting to quickly end this war, finally rose up again in their extreme exhaustion and depleted killing intent. Especially the 4 vain demigods and the 2 guardian gods in the sky. Loud explosions spread, and the 4 great heavenly kings each spat out fresh blood, just like the Grand Heavenly Master, constantly retreating. Hope was lost, only despair remained. Facing a war that was inevitably impossible to resist, all that remained for the people of the savage wilderness was a shattered will, only madness. But just as the entire imperial city was about to collapse, in an instant suddenly a wave of energy erupted from beneath the ground of the imperial city, causing the rapidly dying heaven and earth to change color once again. Inside, 3 cities lay in ruins. Bai Xiaoqun sat cross-legged, and in that instant, his eyes suddenly opened. Those were 2 eyes. The left eye was gold, the right eye was glass. Those were 2 eyes, devoid of their previous innocence. Those were also eyes. After opening, causing the heavens and earth to change color, causing the world to tremble. At the same time, they were eyes filled with boundless hatred. The moment Bai Xiaoqun opened his eyes, the entire area below the 3 ruined cities was instantly engulfed in an unimaginable storm. This ferocious storm directly enveloped the 3 cities, spreading everywhere. Simultaneously, it also directly erupted from within the Kuwang City. This powerful wave of energy caused the minds of everyone within this world to be violently shaken. On Tongtian Island, Blood Ancestor was fighting against the Heavenly Venerate, his injuries extremely serious, as if he could fall at any moment. Yet he was still persevering. After sensing the vibrations emanating from the savage wilderness and reaching this world, his hoarse laughter spread everywhere. Old villain Tongtian, did you sense it? The Heavenly Venerate's already ashen face now reached an unreadable limit. His breathing was rapid. He suddenly looked up from afar toward the direction of the Kuwang City in the savage wilderness. He gritted his teeth, hissing out 3 words. Bai Xiaoqun. Inside Kuwang City, the giant ghost king's body trembled violently, his expression changing wildly. He suddenly lowered his head, his eyes filled with disbelief, seemingly even more shocked than when he discovered the tomb guardian's death. He wasn't the only one. Linglan King, Jiyu King, and Doshen King all gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief, simultaneously looking towards the ground. The Grand Celestial Master was no different. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but cry out in astonishment at this moment. This aura, the heavens and earth exploded. As the shockwave surged, the gray, deathly sky also swirled violently. It seemed as if the entire world, on the brink of death, was using its last ounce of strength to let out a final cry of life. At this moment, the expressions of the half-god ancestor, the source of the 4 great heavenly veins, and the 2 heavenly island guardians changed drastically. In this instant, an intense unease surged within the six of them, uncontrollably spreading and ultimately turning into fear. Especially the Starry Sky ancestor. His expression changed more dramatically than everyone else's. He lowered his head and stared at the ground, his mind surging with overwhelming waves. This powerful aura truly made his cultivation tremble. At the same time, it also gave him a sense of familiarity. Bai Zi Kun. Everyone present was terrified. At the same time, within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Kui suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with horror. He felt it even more clearly than others. First, he sensed that deep within the earth, following the pulsating waves, there seemed to be the aura of a bloodline of the same origin. Even the opponent's bloodline was so powerful, surpassing even his own. According to Emperor Kui, this was impossible. But time and again, it was happening, right before his eyes. The heavens and earth trembled. Deep within the earth of Emperor Kui City, amidst an endless vortex, Bai Zikun sat cross-legged in meditation. After opening his eyes, he didn't immediately stand up, but instead slowly took a deep breath. With a single breath, the immortal longevity technique within his body instantly completed its final fusion, flowing smoothly throughout his body as if cultivated, yet without any hidden dangers or stagnation. His peak demigod body and early demigod cultivation combined to form an aura of antiquity and vicissitude, creating an imposing presence that made the entire world seem to willingly bow before him. It was a feeling of becoming the master of the world. It was a feeling of receiving the recognition of the entire world. A single thought could make all living beings bow. A single glance could cause mountains and rivers to transform. This kind of overwhelming power, Bai Xiaochun had never experienced before. But today, his heart felt no joy, only bitterness and complexity, carrying a heavy burden. If the price for this immense power was the sacrifice of Du Lingfei Bai Hao and countless lives in this world, Bai Xiaochun would absolutely not choose it. But the Tomb Guardian made the choice for him. Towards the Tomb Guardian who secretly orchestrated all of this and sacrificed everything for him, Bai Xiaochun felt both gratitude and resentment. His heart was incredibly complex. He was grateful to the Tomb Guardian for saving his life, grateful to the Tomb Guardian for giving him this opportunity. But gratitude didn't mean he could ignore Bai Hao's death or forget Du Lingfei's tears. Therefore, he also felt resentment. He resented his own powerlessness and resented the Tomb Guardian for instigating all of this under the guise of a mission. However, resentment didn't mean he forgot the life-saving favor or the opportunity. In the end, it could only be an inexplicable feeling. Only an extremely complex and bitter feeling. But towards the Tongshan Taoist, who personally created all of this, Bai Xiaochun's hatred was incredibly intense, overflowing to the heavens. He sensed, with the fall of the Tomb Guardian, this piece of heaven and earth was heading towards death. He feared that it wouldn't be long before the world would dry up. At that time, all living beings within this world would be buried along with it. He sensed that a world-shattering battle was taking place on Tongshan Island. He also sensed that the situation in Kuwan City was fraught with danger. They're all dead, heavenly venerable. Why are you still alive? After a moment of silence, Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head. A thunderous roar erupted, surpassing the thunder, exploding throughout the entire world. In that instant, his aura surged, and under this earth-shattering outburst, his body slowly rose from his cross-legged position. As he stood up, the ground seemed to churn like a raging earth dragon. The cultivators on both sides inside the Imperial City were completely stunned. In their panic, they stopped attacking, their breathing slowed, and they retreated one by one. In that instant, a feeling of instinctive fear and awe, uncontrollable, surged within them. Regardless of their cultivation level, even demigods felt the same. The ground rumbled. Bai Xiaochun's body emerged. In the blink of an eye, as his foot landed, his figure vanished below the three cities. When he reappeared, suddenly in the middle of the air above the Imperial City, his appearance immediately caused the vortex in the sky to erupt with even more intense explosions, turning the entire world gray, like a final burst of light, emitting a five-colored radiance. This light, centered on Bai Xiaochun, illuminated all directions. This five-colored light enveloped the world. All the cultivators on both sides were on the battlefield, their minds and hearts simultaneously erupting in earth-shattering explosions. They breathed heavily, gazing at Bai Xiaochun's figure in the air. At this moment, their cultivation trembled. Their souls were also unstable, as if deep within each of their souls, in this instant, a certain will inherited through generations in their bloodline surged up. That was reverence for the Kui Emperor generation. In the imperial palace, the Kui Emperor of this generation was trembling. A fierce light shone in his eyes. His reaction was far more intense than that of others. Seeing Bai Xiaochun now, he no longer saw the figure before, but seemed to see the Kui Emperor generation, ancestor Kui. The reverence and fervor stemming from his bloodline caused this generation's Kui Emperor to finally leap into the air, and in midair, directly kneel before Bai Xiaochun. Although he was suppressed by the Grand Heavenly Master and became a puppet, perhaps even the Grand Heavenly Master couldn't make him kneel. In this world, the only people who had the qualifications to make him kneel were previously the Tomb Guardians. And now, only Bai Xiaochun. Kui Si Dao, I pay my respects to Ancestor Kui. Following the Kui Emperor's kneeling, figures successively leapt into the air. Each one was a descendant of the Kui Emperor's bloodline. At this moment, they were all in a frenzy, simultaneously paying their respects. Many shouts transformed into sound waves spreading in all directions. In the imperial city of Kui, all the soul cultivators, all the heavenly marquises, all the heavenly dukes. At this moment, all of them, driven by the profound reverence in their souls, knelt down before Bai Xiaochun. Greetings, Kui Ancestor! Greetings, Kui Ancestor! As everyone enthusiastically shouted, the expressions of the giant ghost king and the 6 demigods of the Tongshan continent changed drastically. Even though they were demigod-level powerhouses, their souls trembled, and fear was evident in their eyes. Especially the imprint that seemed to have been left deep within their souls since their birth in the netherworld, since the emergence of life, seemed to be urgently telling them that Bai Xiaochun before them was their emperor. The bloodline power emanating from Bai Xiaochun filled their hearts with boundless respect. The oppressive aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun exerted unprecedented pressure on them. The giant ghost king took a deep breath. As a demigod, he was the first to bow deeply to Bai Xiaochun. Greetings, Ancestor Kui. Then came the Spirit Forest King, the 9 Nether King, even the Victorious King, and finally the Grand Heavenly Master. His eyes were filled with emotion and even deeper respect as he bowed. But compared to the giant ghost king and his group, the 6 ancestors of the Tongshan continent felt even greater pressure. At this moment, their wills trembled terribly. On one hand, it was the majesty of the heavenly venerate that had been bestowed upon them for so long. On the other hand, it was the profound respect emanating from the depths of their souls, causing their entire bodies to be drenched in sweat in an instant. They struggled, but couldn't maintain it for long. As Bai Xiaochun stood in the sky, his gaze swept over them. His gaze fell upon the 6 figures, as if wanting to pierce their souls, instantly stirring up a colossal wave within their minds, enough to shake their very destines. With a loud bang, everyone, including the Starry Sky Ancestor, instantly bowed their heads in reverence towards Bai Xiaochun. Following their bow, all the cultivators on the battlefield, according to the imprints in their souls, all knelt down in worship. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the savage wilderness. Greetings, Ancestor Kui. Their eyes and wills were filled with reverence. This kind of glory was once something Bai Xiaochun had ardently dreamed of. But today, when it had truly appeared before his eyes, Bai Xiaochun felt no joy at all. He silently looked at everyone kneeling before him. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun slowly raised his head, looking towards the direction of Tongshan Island. In that instant, his eyes were filled with a red hue, and a murderous intent and killing aura suddenly erupted. He ignored everyone around him. In an instant, his body seemed to trample the heavens and earth, creating a storm that even demigods trembled, hurtling straight towards Tongshan Island. Even the deafening explosion couldn't drown out the sound emanating from Bai Xiaochun's mouth. The sound echoed in everyone's ears, carrying boundless hatred and a frenzied roar. Heavenly Venerate, why aren't you dead yet? A fierce, furious scream. The entire desolate wasteland, already riddled with cracks and beyond repair, was now shattering even more violently under Bai Xiaochun's rising momentum. Many mountains collapsed, and plains caved in. Throughout the world, Bai Xiaochun's earth-shattering aura momentarily made people forget the chaos raging within them. This aura was so powerful, seemingly exceeding the limits of what the current world could withstand, causing the sky to shatter even more violently. A feeling of impending doom permeated the hearts of all living beings in this world. Countless fortresses trembled. Countless sects trembled. Deep within the hearts of all living beings in heaven and earth, they felt the aura of doom. At this moment, whether they were cultivators of the savage wilderness or cultivators of the Tongshan continent, they all clearly felt. Heaven and earth were dying, the world seemed to be collapsing. It seemed that before long, even if no one participated, this piece of the world would be torn into pieces, completely shattered. And the cause of all this was not because of Bai Xiaochun. To be precise, this began from the moment the Tomb Guardian died. It started appearing. Amidst the terrified panic of all living beings, Bai Xiaochun's speed increased simultaneously. He rushed across the river of the entire savage wilderness, rushing towards Tongshan Island, constantly getting closer. As his speed became more astonishing, his aura also continuously erupted, constantly rising. It seemed there was no end to it. The greater the anger and hatred in his heart, the more intense the aura would become. From afar, the ground continued to crumble. Wherever Bai Xiaochun passed, countless fragments of land caved in the sky was the same, like a mirror cracking and shattering. Until Bai Xiaochun appeared in what was once a forbidden zone for life. This forbidden zone, now stripped of its restraining power, trembled. Enormous cracks spread incessantly. The heavens and earth underwent drastic changes. The aura of doom permeated the air. Bai Xiaochun felt it more clearly than anyone else. But the anger in Bai Xiaochun's heart, the hatred in his heart, transformed into killing intent, impossible to dissipate even slightly. All of this transformed into murderous intent towards the heavenly venerate, surging wildly within his mind. Bai Xiaochun roared softly, his eyes bloodshot. Never in his life had he felt this way. His anger towards someone was so intense that he forgot his fear of death. He seemed to have forgotten his obsession with immortality. At this moment, only the tragic tears of Du Lingfei, Bai Hao bowing before his death. These scenes became sharp thorns piercing deep into Bai Xiaochun's heart, penetrating his body, his heart, his soul. He had gone mad. Taoist Tongshan. Bai Xiaochun seemed to emerge from death. He was reborn, not inheriting the joys of his past life, only murderous intent towards the heavenly venerate. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill. The heavenly venerate. He couldn't forget Du Lingfei being controlled by the heavenly venerate, her eyes struggling, yet unwilling to harm him. He couldn't forget his disciple Bai Hao using the flames of death to save him. Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, but at this moment, he had no tears. All the anger, all the hatred, had made his whole body like a vengeful person emerging from a raging fire. Overwhelmed by killing intent, Bai Xiaochun, though insane, still retained his reason. He knew the heavenly venerate was powerful, and he understood that even with his immortal longevity technique at its peak, he only had the qualifications to fight a life-or-death battle with the heavenly venerate. Unless his cultivation broke through and he entered the true Great Ascension realm, no one could say. He had the combat power to crush the heavenly venerate, but Bai Xiaochun's killing intent remained completely undiminished. He had a killer move. The Northern Vein World Treasure was his killer move. The price to wield this treasure, if it were at a different time, might not be so great. But today, this world is on the verge of collapse. Once it's used, it will undoubtedly cause the mountains and rivers of this world to crumble in an instant. Besides the world treasure of the northern region, I have other means. Bai Xiaochun's spirit changed rapidly. Amidst the loud explosion, his speed left the forbidden zone of life and entered the territory of the Tongshan continent. The Immortal Scroll has 5 secret great techniques. The Longevity Scroll also has 5 great divine abilities and Tao techniques. However, unlike other traditional cultivation methods, the Longevity Scroll's cultivation method, upon reaching completion, is based on understanding the Tao concepts of different people, evolving on its own. After the Longevity Scroll is perfected and manifests, it merges with Bai Xiaochun's thoughts, creating 5 great divine abilities capable of destroying heaven and earth. Each cultivator practicing the Longevity Scroll will develop different divine abilities. At this moment, the 5 great divine abilities appeared in Bai Xiaochun's mind, a fusion of Tao methods in his subconscious. He believed Combined with his perfected immortal scroll and his physical strength, these 5 great divine abilities of the longevity scroll would possess immense power, definitely surpassing any cultivator who had perfected any other scroll. I also have Moonlight Flower. A sharp glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. As his body broke through the air and rushed forward, he raised his right hand and suddenly pointed towards the northern mountain range. His divine consciousness spread out rapidly, enveloping the northern mountain range. Flowers, flowers. Following Bai Xiaochun's cry, at this moment, in every crack of the northern mountain range in the dense forest, moonlight flowers suddenly burst out in anger. Immediately afterward, the ground of the northern mountain range trembled. In the blink of an eye, all the moonflowers in the northern region seemed to transform into dandelions, finally simultaneously shooting up into the air. Looking around, the number of these moonlit flowers must have exceeded 10 million, surging forward in droves. After flying out, they gathered together, forming a massive circle of moonlight, which was then directly displaced by a force descending from the heavens, disappearing into the high sky of the northern region. When they reappeared, unexpectedly, they were right beside Bai Xiaochun. The moonlit flowers instantly radiated joy, expanding with a loud bang, surrounding Bai Xiaochun. A sense of intimacy emanated from each of these moonlit flowers, warming even Bai Xiaochun's icy heart. Flowers, flowers, are you willing to fight alongside me? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, transmitting his will. In response, within the countless moonlit flowers, an unyielding fighting spirit emerged. Sensing this fighting spirit, Bai Xiaochun smiled. But as his gaze fell upon Tongshan Island, it grew even colder. He showed no hesitation whatsoever, nor did he care about revealing anything. Before entering, Bai Xiaochun immediately took out the turtle pattern cauldron. Under Bai Xiaochun's signal, in an instant, the myriad moonlit flowers finally merged together, transforming into a single seed, and rushed straight towards the turtle pattern cauldron. To make the moonlit flowers stronger, Bai Xiaochun made a decisive move. He gave the moonlit flowers spirit refining enhancement. Bai Xiaochun couldn't refine 22 colors of fire. Perhaps with his current cultivation, based on his previous successful experiences and his current status, refining 21 colors wouldn't be difficult. After he raised his right hand and grabbed towards the void, countless vengeful spirits from all over the heavens and earth rushed towards him. Gradually, flames of 1 color to 20 colors quickly condensed in Bai Xiaochun's hand, which he threw into the turtle pattern cauldron one after another. He continuously refined the moonlight flower 20 times. Finally, in Bai Xiaochun's hand, a ball of flame radiating 21 colors suddenly formed. The moment these 21 colors appeared, Bai Xiaochun immediately placed this flame on the turtle pattern cauldron. A thunderous roar erupted. An endless, dazzling light emanated from the turtle pattern cauldron. At the same time, the Tao patterns of the spirit refining clearly appeared on the moonlight flower inside. A far more powerful aura, far surpassing its previous state, instantly erupted from the moonlight flower. Boom! The moonlight flower suddenly grew larger. Finally, it abruptly transformed into an earth-shattering flower of immense size. A peak demigod aura emanated from the moonlight flower, filling the sky. Sensing the joy and intimacy radiating from the moonlight flower, Bai Xiaochun's speed increased. He allowed the moonlight flower to shrink, then stored it in his storage bag. At this extreme speed, he directly arrived at the Tongshan Sea. He broke through the void and soared away. Cracking sounds constantly echoed in the surrounding void. After shattering, they could never be restored. Wherever Bai Xiaochun passed, the Tongshan Sea instantly froze over. Looking around, this ice was boundless. Everything turned into ice sculptures. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's aura also erupted, soaring to its peak. Tongshan Island was right before his eyes. The moment Bai Xiaochun arrived, in the sky above Tongshan Island, the blood ancestor's body, under the burning of his own body, unleashed its full power. He then punched out, creating a massive vortex in the sky. Then, his body, visible to the naked eye, quickly dissipated. Bai Xiaochun, you finally arrived. My mission is complete. Help me take care of her. The blood ancestor laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. His mission was to risk his life to restrain the heavenly venerate. He had accomplished it. Before dissipating, he cast one last glance at the northern region. He didn't say who he wanted Bai Xiaochun to take care of, but he believed Bai Xiaochun understood. Bai Xiaochun did understand. Looking at the dissipating blood ancestor, he nodded solemnly. His eyes became even more bloodshot. Finally, he suddenly looked towards the heavenly venerate standing in the sky, his face now pale. Taoist Tongshan. These 4 words, uttered from Bai Xiaochun's mouth, instantly transformed into earth-shattering thunder, exploding in all directions. The earth-shattering spectacle ceased. The extremely tense battle. Tongshan's moods seemed incredibly bad. After all, logically, the blood ancestor shouldn't have been able to stop him for so long. But the opponent's accumulated life force over 10,000 years, coupled with the Tomb Guardian's techniques for the blood ancestor, and the blood ancestor's frenzied, self-sacrificing actions, had finally managed to hold him back. Bai Xiaochun. The heavenly Taoist gritted his teeth and spoke. At first glance, he seemed filled with resentment and anger. This anger was no less than that of Bai Xiaochun. After all, the things he had so desperately dreamed of, only to have them vanish like flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water under the Tomb Guardian's calculations. But this time, it was vaguely different. Beneath this anger, a glint of light shone in the heavenly venerable's eyes. I didn't expect you to come here on your own accord. It saves me the trouble of searching for you, refining you. Can also transform you into an immortal longevity elixir. The heavenly venerable licked his lips. With a laugh, he raised his hands. Instantly, the heavens and earth exploded. A powerful world will suddenly condensed on him. He took a step towards Bai Xiaochun. As his foot landed, the world will on him seemed to concentrate all the weight of heaven and earth, forming a mountain-shattering, soup-filling pressure that roared down towards Bai Xiaochun. Previously, the blood ancestor was fundamentally powerless against the will of this world. Even though the blood ancestor possessed the bloodline of the emperor, compared to this heavenly venerate, the ruler of the world, he was still far inferior. It was precisely because the will of the world descended that the blood ancestor was forced to burn his bloodline, burning everything to gain even more powerful bloodline strength to resist the immortal technique. Only then could he barely stop the advance of the Tongshan Taoist. But at this moment, the world will of the Tongshan Taoist was basically useless in front of Bai Xiaochun. Because after the immortal longevity technique reached its peak, he was revered as the ancestor of the world and also possessed a world will within him. At the same time, he was also the master of this piece of heaven and earth. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned crimson. Seeing the heavenly venerate approaching, his mind was violently shaken. The intense killing intent drove him mad. He also stepped forward. Instantly, another world will surged upon him. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world, before Bai Xiaochun and the heavenly venerate, was torn in two. At this moment, the two forces condensed outside their bodies. As their footsteps descended, there was clearly a distance of over 100 feet between them, but the world forces condensed on their bodies in this instant, although of the same origin, contained different wills, and suddenly collided. Boom! 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 It was like heaven and earth colliding, like mountains and rivers crashing together. The deafening explosions echoed throughout the air. Simultaneously, the surrounding area of the Tongshan Sea was frozen solid, as if unable to withstand the force, shattering and exploding at the same time. Tongshan Island, which had been nearly destroyed by Baiha's flames earlier, was also unable to withstand the world's power. Boom! 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 Amidst the shockwaves, it shattered into pieces, completely collapsing. This sacred land, symbolizing the highest power of the Tongshan world, was, in an instant, submerged within the Tongshan Sea. Following the collapse, the remaining part of Tongshan Island formed a massive vortex, devouring the surrounding seawater. How interesting! The heavenly venerate looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Even though he had fought against the blood ancestor, he was still incredibly powerful today. At this moment, he took another step towards Bai Xiaochun. He raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky. For meridians as bones, Tongshan as flesh and blood. The heavenly venerate's voice contained divine power, carrying immense force. As if speaking and acting immediately, in an instant, the four meridians of the Tongshan continent appeared in overlapping images, as if their souls had been extracted, rushing straight towards the heavenly venerate. The Tongshan sea water simultaneously rose into the sky, and after merging with the souls of the four meridians, it transformed into a giant hand, the same giant hand that had previously driven Baiha to despair, and which the blood ancestor had only managed to partially stop. This hand, which had been deployed during the battle between the Heavenly Venerate and the blood ancestor, ultimately forced the blood ancestor to retreat repeatedly, constantly burning. Only then was he able to resist. Unfortunately, the Tomb Guardian died, causing the entire world to dry up, and the Heavenly Venerate's Tao here also paused for a moment. Therefore, this giant hand's divine power shattered. But now, the Tomb Guardian has completely fallen. Although the will of this world fragment is still split into two halves, the Heavenly Venerate is not suppressing it. He is manipulating the world's power far more skillfully than Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, he waved his hand. This gigantic hand, as if replacing the sky, suddenly struck towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression became serious. From this giant hand, he immediately sensed the immense power of the four meridians, as well as the aura of the entire Tangshan Sea. It looked like just a hand, but in reality, calling it the Tangshan continent wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Once it descended, Bai Xiaochun would be unable to confront it. Even with his powerful body, he still wouldn't be able to contend with an entire continent. Under the manipulation of the world's power, Bai Xiaochun knew clearly that he truly didn't possess the same abilities as a Heavenly Venerate. Facing this astonishingly large hand, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned crimson, yet he didn't retreat at all. Instead, a more intense madness flickered within him. So what if I'm not as good as you? Bai Xiaochun roared, looking up at the sky. The immortal power within his body erupted completely, finally surging through him. Relying on his immortal power cultivation, he simulated the Water Marsh Kingdom technique. Water Marsh. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve. This was the Water Marsh Kingdom technique he unleashed at his current peak cultivation level. He believed that his life-bound divine beast in the netherworld, this time, would definitely surpass its previous performance. Amidst a deafening explosion, following Bai Xiaochun's resounding voice, the entire Tangshan Sea. In that instant, the entire seawater turned into a swamp country. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for a moment. The moment the giant hand reached down, he suddenly spoke. Almost immediately after his voice rang out, a beastly roar, seemingly emanating from another dimension, caused the heavens and earth to tremble even more. The world exploded. Even powerful beings like Heavenly Venerables, upon hearing this sound, had their expressions change. This roar carried excitement and a sense of ecstatic joy. It seemed that the great beast in the netherworld had finally waited until Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level allowed it to open a rift and enter this world. The entire surface of the Tangshan Sea seemed to become the gateway to another world. Following this roar, what appeared this time was no longer the size of a mountain, but a continent. At first glance, it was a continent. The ground was black, and although it lacked mud, it resembled scales. Its abundance could only be described as a continent. This continent was covered with countless scales. Each scale was the same size as the Tangshan Island before. As the continent rumbled upwards, suddenly, beneath it, mountains appeared, seemingly hanging upside down. But upon closer inspection, these weren't continents at all. There were no mountains. Those mountains were surprisingly sharp teeth. This continent was the upper jaw of this enormous beast. At the same time, the lower jaw also rumbled forth, until it was fully revealed. A huge mouth, like that of a monstrous crocodile, rose from within the Tangshan Sea. For the first time, its two eyes were revealed. Within them was a deep crimson. If you looked closely, you would see that its eyes were exactly like Bai Xiaochun's. With a furious roar, this enormous mouth, resembling that of a crocodile, erupted from the surface of the sea. Its colossal size made Bai Xiaochun and the Heavenly Venerate seem like mere ants in comparison. At this moment, amidst the howling, it lunged straight down towards the giant hand within the world, opening its mouth and devouring it. Bai Xiaochun's mind was shaken. Looking across the entire Tangshan Sea, the enormous mouth and half its head emerging, Bai Xiaochun was somewhat shocked. He truly hadn't expected that. At his current cultivation level, he still couldn't fully manifest this life-bound beast. Through this half-head, he could imagine. His life-bound beast was probably comparable to half a world. If it were another time, Bai Xiaochun would certainly be thrilled. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. When he looked up, it was in the blink of an eye that the Water Marsh Kingdom and the giant hand within the world collided. A deafening explosion, like something from the very beginning of creation, erupted with a thunderous roar. In this massive explosion, a shockwave was generated, directly causing the largest storm ever seen in the Tongtian Sea. Within this storm, this powerful world hand finally shattered in an instant. Following the shattering, more than half of all the mountains of the Four Veins collapsed in that single moment. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's lifebound divine beast also seemed unable to withstand the onslaught. After devouring the giant world hand, it also dissipated. It merely dissipated, not perished. Bai Xiaochun knew that all these lifebound divine beasts were illusory. As long as his cultivation was sufficient, he could unleash them infinitely. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He was planning to continue striving, waiting until the very end to summon them again. But at this moment, the Heavenly Venerate's eyes showed the most serious expression he had ever seen. His right hand suddenly rose. Suddenly, a ring he was wearing on his finger fell directly down towards the Tongtian Sea below. Fung blood vessels appeared in the Heavenly Venerate's eyes as he coldly roared. Following the Heavenly Venerate's words, a seven-colored light immediately emanated from where the ring had fallen. In an instant, this light enveloped the entire Tongtian Sea, illuminating the sky. In that moment, even the shattering heavens and earth seemed to solidify slightly. The Heavenly Venerate wasn't trying to prevent the world from collapsing out of kindness. What he wanted was to seal the world, thus sealing off Bai Xiaochun's Tao, which even he found terrifying, preventing him from opening the gate to the other world and allowing that monstrous beast to descend. I underestimated the Tao of this world, Watermarsh Kingdom, the Heavenly Venerate said indifferently. A sudden burst of light erupted in his eyes. However, not now. He swung his right hand forcefully. Instantly, the sealing power on the ring not only sealed heaven and earth, but also surged from all directions towards Bai Xiaochun, as if intending to seal Bai Xiaochun inside. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, seemingly serious. The Tongtian Taoist himself had been the master of the world for many years, possessing profound knowledge. Bai Xiaochun knew he couldn't compare to him. From the previous few times the other party had attacked, it was clear that the Heavenly Venerate had many tricks up his sleeve. His magical artifacts were unimaginably powerful. The ancient aura emanating from this ring startled Bai Xiaochun. Without a doubt, he knew it was a supreme treasure. Although not on par with the world treasure, it certainly had an extraordinary origin. Seeing the surrounding area sealed off, carrying an aura of annihilation, and rapidly approaching, Bai Xiaochun did not retreat. Instead, his body advanced. The Immortal Seal was directly deployed. With a loud explosion under his Immortal Seal, all the Forbidden's formations in front of him seemed to disappear, and he directly pierced through the sealing force. The mountain-shattering strike simultaneously erupted, giving him even more astonishing speed. In an instant, he directly appeared in front of the Heavenly Venerate. As he raised his right hand, the throat-shattering lock was about to descend. But Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. Without time to think or understand, he quickly retreated. But it was too late. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of the Heavenly Venerate's mouth. Do you really think I'm afraid of your life-bound great beast? How could I not know the Immortal Scroll, the Immortal Forbidden Seal, can penetrate all Forbidden's techniques in the world? But you can penetrate the seal, yet you cannot penetrate the true power of this treasure. It was all just a trick to lure you in. The Heavenly Venerable laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. He swung his right hand forcefully. Instantly, all the seals surrounding him began to shatter and break apart. In a loud explosion, destructive force formed, and in an instant, it surged wildly from all directions. The Heavenly Venerable had no intention of sealing the heavens and earth. Everything was merely a display of his power. His true purpose was to make Bai Xiaochun forget everything else, so that he wouldn't notice the supreme treasure ring appearing all around him. If one were standing in midair at this moment, looking down, they could see that all around Bai Xiaochun, immense destructive power enveloped him, like moving mountains and filling seas, suddenly forming a gigantic circle. Upon closer observation, within this destructive force, there was a ring. This ring was constantly shrinking. The aura of annihilation continuously erupted, capable of destruction, surging to the heavens. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. A strong sense of danger surged within his body. His gaze suddenly focused. Finally, he stopped resisting and let the ring rapidly shrink, instantly condensing on his body. The only thing he did was, in the instant the ring contracted, use his right hand to protect his body, allowing the ring to grip him tightly. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his right hand. The ring directly tightened into his flesh. At the same time, the powerful regenerative force within his body spontaneously erupted, forming a resistance that directly impacted the ring. The Heavenly Venerate frowned. He could have anticipated Bai Xiaochun's actions using his arm to replace his body when facing imminent danger, a move he knew was unavoidable. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's quick reaction, he still found it difficult to deal with, especially the Immortal Scroll's astonishing recovery, which left the Heavenly Venerate with a sense of regret. Ultimately, a considerable price must be paid. The Heavenly Venerate shook his head, his eyes flashing. His body moved like lightning. At the moment Bai Xiaochun's recovery power erupted, confronting the restraints of the ring, he directly approached. His attack was a heaven-shattering divine ability. Amidst the loud explosions, Bai Xiaochun immediately counterattacked. The two, suspended in midair, caused a series of powerful explosions. The aura of the Tongshan Taoist grew stronger and stronger. Although he was a quasi-heavenly venerate, his inner strength was profound. Currently, the combat power he unleashed is not limited to the true Great Ascension realm. Bai Xiaochun, being slightly inferior in cultivation and with his right hand restrained, was no match for the Tongshan Taoist. However, his immortal longevity technique provided miraculous recovery, allowing all his injuries to heal almost instantly. This recovery rate even surpassed that of the blood ancestor, allowing him to fight a heavenly venerate on equal footing. In just a few breaths, veins bulged on Bai Xiaochun's forehead. His right hand clenched. As he threw a punch, his recovery power and physical strength simultaneously erupted. He desperately tried to absorb the power from the supreme treasure ring on his right hand. Ultimately, unable to withstand the shock and diffusion of this power, it shattered into pieces with a loud bang. But after the explosion, Bai Xiaochun's combat power instantly surged without restraint. With a single punch, a massive vortex appeared in the heavens and earth, hurtling towards the Heavenly Venerate with a thunderous roar. The Heavenly Venerate snorted coldly, retreating a few steps. He raised his right hand, forming a hand seal and pointing into the void. A chilling voice emanated from his mouth, "Thou Jiao." The moment the Heavenly Venerate uttered these words, a roar suddenly erupted from deep within the Tongshan Sea, which had been almost devoid of water. This roar shook the heavens and earth. Simultaneously, an aura that caused the world to change color burst forth with a thunderous roar. After the eruption, the seawater exploded. Suddenly, a serpent-like creature, tens of thousands of feet long, shot out. Calling it a snake was inaccurate, as it was only a snake's body. Its head was thousands of feet in size, resembling a dragon yet not quite, incredibly ferocious. As soon as it appeared, the void in all 8 directions surged with immense fluctuations. Awesome! Not stopping there, the Heavenly Venerate again formed a hand seal and spoke. Simultaneously, from within the Tongshan continent, from the 4 Tongshan rivers, shouts rang out. 4 golden crocodiles instantly leapt up. Finally, they gathered together, then formed a golden crocodile, 10,000 feet tall, but with 4 heads. Whoosh! Chaos Giant! Qin Yu! The Heavenly Venerate waved his hand, the sound still earth-shattering. From the sky, suddenly a gigantic eagle, emitting a mournful howl, as if it could cover nearly half the sky, crashed down. Looking closely, many parts of the eagle's body were rotten, revealing the bones. This bird was a spirit that had been dead for countless years. Immediately afterward, nearly half of the southern Tongshan River's ground directly exploded. From beneath the southern earth vein, a massive stone worm quickly emerged. Its body was 10,000 feet tall. Wherever its colossal form passed, everything instantly turned to stone. Even the earth veins it traversed left behind a startling white trail. Bai Xiaochun, I have fought against the Tomb Guardians for many years. My foundation is profound, unmatched in the world. What right do you have to fight against me? The Heavenly Venerate roared, raising his right hand and pointing at Bai Xiaochun. Immediately, these 4 enormous beasts simultaneously roared and charged towards Bai Xiaochun. Not to mention the other 3 beasts. Bai Xiaochun had seen the golden crocodile many times before. He never imagined there would be 4 of them, and all of them were belonging to the Heavenly Venerate. The aura emanating from these 4 ferocious beasts was comparable to that of a peak demigod. It's conceivable that a powerful Heavenly Venerate could hold out for so long. There must be something fishy going on. Obviously, the blood ancestor is indeed extraordinary, and he's truly stalling. But if the heavenly Venerate hadn't shown such a furious, panting expression earlier, it's clear. The heavenly Venerate was also waiting for the Tomb Guardian to succeed. The Tomb Guardian was plotting against the heavenly Venerate. At the same time, the heavenly Venerate was also plotting against the Tomb Guardian. He was waiting for me to arrive. More importantly, he was waiting for the Tomb Guardian's death. Because in the heavenly Venerate's heart, what he feared most, from beginning to end, was the Tomb Guardian. Even though he knew the Tomb Guardian was weakened due to years of conflict, he instinctively still felt a sense of apprehension. With the Tomb Guardian dead, the heavenly Venerate was completely at ease. For him, all the complexities had become simple. Just by devouring him, he could refine the immortal longevity elixir. These thoughts flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind in an instant. To be able to scheme like this, the heavenly Venerate must have some kind of backing that makes him so confident. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, his thoughts shifting rapidly. He knew that it was this heavenly Venerate who had baffled him, giving him the confidence to both deviate from his plan and ultimately achieve victory. His backing couldn't possibly be these four ferocious beasts. Bai Xiaochun recoiled. In this life-or-death battle with the heavenly Venerate, he had to think carefully and understand. The heavenly Venerate truly. He had been the supreme being of this world for so many years. Bai Xiaochun couldn't afford to make too many mistakes. A moment of carelessness can lead to irreparable damage. However, only the Tomb Guardian could deduce the heavenly Venerate's thoughts. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation time was too short. It was difficult for him to compare with the heavenly Venerate in terms of cunning and strategic thinking. Although he had glimpsed some of the heavenly Venerate's intentions, he couldn't find any clue to his backing. Furthermore, time was running out. The moment of their battle was a matter of life and death. Bai Xiaochun couldn't afford to be distracted. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Simultaneously, the four great ferocious beasts surrounding the heavenly Venerate approached, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Whether it was the flood dragon or the giant crocodile, their massive bodies exuded an overwhelming, malevolent aura, instantly blocking Bai Xiaochun's left and right flanks, displaying an unimaginable ferocity, as if they wanted to tear him apart and devour him. At the same time, in front of and behind Bai Xiaochun, Hanru and Xingyu let out mournful cries, their speed incredibly fast, seemingly wanting to crush the void, closing in an instant. Each of these four great ferocious beasts emitted a wave comparable to a peak demigod, and as they charged forward, a storm arose, as if wanting to change the heavens and earth. From four directions, they seemed to leave Bai Xiaochun with no chance to escape. In this critical moment, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his right hand, patted his storage bag, and softly uttered three words, "Moonlight Flower." Almost instantly after Bai Xiaochun spoke, an overwhelming aura, no less powerful than that of the four great ferocious beasts, and even surpassing them, erupted from within his storage bag. With a loud bang, countless emerald green branches suddenly extended from the void surrounding Bai Xiaochun. There were 9 branches in total. They quickly intertwined, forming an enormous moonflower composed of countless petals, directly descending into this place. The extraterrestrial aura was exceptionally intense. If the Tomb Guardian hadn't died, and this world hadn't withered, it could have instinctively suppressed it. But today, as the world withered, the suppression almost completely dissipated, causing the moonflower to appear and erupt. It was an astonishing extraterrestrial species. Vaguely, it also possessed the aura of the heavenly Tao, spreading endlessly from its body. Boom! 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 The moonlight flower, measuring approximately 10,000 feet in size, exuded a ferocious aura from head to toe, its shimmering patterns a startling sight. The moment it appeared, a piercing scream erupted from within this strange flower. Roar! The 8 directions trembled. The storm of wind, stirred up by the 4 great ferocious beasts, shattered and dispersed upon colliding with this invisible, howling sound wave. Even without Bai Xiaochun's will, the moonflower in this place let out a roar, splitting into 4 parts, each charging straight towards the 4 great ferocious beasts surrounding it. The ferocity emanating from it was even greater. In the blink of an eye, the 4 great ferocious beasts and the moonflower clashed in the heavens and earth, amidst the roars and screams. The eyes of the Tongshan Taoist flashed. He felt a shock in his heart at Bai Xiaochun's moonflower. After a quick glance, he took a step forward, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head, his body also lunging forward. The battle with the Tongchen Taoist erupted once again. The two were in this vast expanse of heaven and earth, surrounded by four ferocious beasts and the moonlight flower, each attacking with incredible speed. With each incantation, divine power descended. Each clash contained countless Tao techniques. In the deafening explosions, in a short time, whether it was the four ferocious beasts and the moonlight flower, or Bai Xiaoqun and the heavenly venerate, they had clashed hundreds of thousands of times. Although the moonlight flower was powerful, it was ultimately facing the four ferocious beasts and gradually became overwhelmed. But at this moment, suddenly, the roars within the moonlight flower resounded fiercely. With a loud bang, its body finally shattered, transforming into countless seeds like dandelions, fluttering in the sky to form a vast sea, sweeping across the four ferocious beasts from all directions. The expressions of the four ferocious beasts changed, and they simultaneously retreated. But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped by this swirling sea of seeds. These floating seeds, after colliding with the four great beasts, seemed to possess a life of their own, instantly burrowing into their bodies as if seeking nourishment for their growth. This scene caused the four great beasts to let out mournful cries. Upon sensing this, the Tongchen Taoist's expression changed. He noticed that the bodies of the four great beasts were visibly contracting. The Tongchen Taoist was secretly shocked. What a domineering extraterrestrial species! He snorted coldly, a look of determination in his eyes. He formed a hand seal, suddenly pointing, and a cold, resounding voice echoed throughout the area. Realm treasure, return to your original position. As his words spread, the four ferocious beasts were instantly subjected to the continuous absorption of their flesh and blood by the floating seeds, their bodies shaking violently. Finally, in an instant, their bodies swelled up, then directly shattered and exploded. Simultaneously with the explosion, thousands of sword energies surged from the bodies of these four beasts, sweeping in all directions, forming a destructive storm that forced the floating seeds out. At the same time, this storm was violently and fiercely powerful, containing sharp sword energy that forced Bai Xiaoqun to retreat. His entire body was covered in wounds. Although these wounds healed in an instant, his breathing was still labored. When he looked up at the sword energies, the pupils in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes suddenly contracted. He saw that after the four ferocious beasts exploded, the myriad sword energies finally condensed together, forming 6 rainbow-like streaks that revolved around the Tongchen Taoist. Unexpectedly, these were 6 flying swords of different colors. These 6 flying swords radiated sharpness. Bai Xiaoqun only glanced at them briefly, but was immediately terrified. The 6 flying swords exuded a sense of endless time. Clearly, these were 6 ancient swords. These 4 ferocious beasts were transformed from the Heavenly Venerate's magical treasures. No, that's not right. The Heavenly Venerate nurtured these 6 ancient swords within the bodies of these 4 ferocious beasts. Bai Xiaoqun's expression showed emotion. His body suddenly retreated. At this moment, the fluttering seed-like energy surrounding him quickly reversed, once again condensing behind Bai Xiaoqun's back, transforming into a 1,000-hold, 100-hole moonlit flower. Its aura extremely weak. It clearly looked somewhat withered. Obviously, the earlier outburst of sword energy had inflicted considerable injuries on him. How interesting! The Tongchen Taoist stood in midair, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he stared at Bai Xiaoqun, slowly speaking, as expected of a solo cultivator chosen by the Tomb Guardian. For so many years, apart from the Tomb Guardian, no one has been able to make me bring out these 6 Dao swords. My life-bound swords that I've nurtured for countless years. The immortal longevity technique, creating 5 great shackles, 5 great seals. With this extraordinary power, although I can defy fate and change destiny, I rely on the 9 great Tao gates that I created myself. These 9 great Tao gates are the cultivation of my entire life, requiring these 6 Tao swords to unleash them. Back then, it was with these 6 Tao swords that I opened the Tao gate, slayed this generation's Kui Emperor, and annihilated countless Kui Emperor bloodlines. Today, I, the Venerable One, will also wield my life-bound sword, open the Tao gate, and slay you here. The Tongchen Taoist spoke indifferently. As he spoke, his entire aura erupted repeatedly. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the sky changed color, and the vortex transformed. The 8 directions of the Tongchen Sea were engulfed in earth-shattering waves. Just like the place he resided in, becoming the source of this world, his every move could cause the Tongchen world to change unexpectedly. Bai Xiaoqun's breathing quickened. From this moment on, he felt an indescribable sense of intense danger emanating from the heavenly venerable. This feeling, even with the restoration of his immortal scroll, was still impossible to counter. But there was no trace of retreat in his eyes. The heavenly venerable had a killer move. Bai Xiaochun had one too. At this very moment, as his entire aura erupted to its limit, causing the world to tremble, the heavenly venerate instantly revealed his sharp edge. He raised both hands and swung them forcefully forward, his voice echoing a sound that even the earth itself would obey. Dao sect, Ken Palace. These 4 words seemed to contain some great Dao, and the moment they echoed, 6 flying swords surrounding the Tongshan Taoists simultaneously flew out, intertwining in front of the heavenly venerate to form a strange 3-row pattern. The first row had 2 swords horizontally with an empty space in between. The second row had 2 swords seemingly fused together, forming the character 1. The third row was exactly the same as the first. The pattern formed by the 6 flying swords, in the instant it appeared, caused this barren world to suddenly be filled with an endless amount of water. With a loud bang, endless water formed around this pattern. It was as if, in this instant, the entire world had become a vast ocean. All this seawater, within a single glance, carried the force of 10,000 armies, rushing straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly retreated, seeing the endless seawater conjuring up around him, surging towards him. Boundless and infinite. At the same time, this seawater contained annihilation, as if wanting to drown all life in its depths. The sense of danger in his mind in this instant erupted with earth-shattering force. The heavenly venerates law, the 9 great Tao sects. What should I do? Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned crimson. Seeing no way to evade, he looked up to the sky and shouted. As he raised his right hand, a black vortex appeared. Behind him, amidst the endless mist, an emperor's shadow, emanating supreme power, suddenly descended. Immortal emperor's power, the Dao sect's Ken Palace, because it is the 9 ruins. The water of the 9 ruins, the Ken Palace, is boundless. At this moment, all around Bai Xiaochun, the seawater materialized, exploding in 8 directions, boundless and infinite. The destructive force within was not violent, but rather long-lasting, possessing an unimaginable resilience, like a crushing force enough to crush all living things. Inside, everything was assimilated, becoming part of the seawater. Facing this insidious force, Bai Xiaochun still unleashed the immortal Emperor Fist. Relying on the immense resilience and extreme dominance of this Emperor Fist, his body and cultivation power condensed, and he charged forward with a thunderous roar. This punch was no longer 5 times stronger. Bai Xiaochun didn't bother calculating exactly how many times stronger it was. At this moment, he had only one thought, to shatter the boundless, flowing waters of the Ken Palace in all directions. In the deafening explosion, as Bai Xiaochun's punch descended, the Emperor's shadow behind him also raised its fist, ready to strike. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds trembled. The world shook. In an instant, the surrounding steam erupted in waves of immense force. These waves continuously spread, growing larger and faster. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and he let out a low growl, a roar erupting. Double the force again. With an even louder shout, the already incredibly powerful Immortal Emperor Fist, under Bai Xiaochun's frenzied power, once again erupted, like a tiger growing 2 wings. A phoenix emerging from nirvana. Boom! It was difficult to imagine the storm contained within this single punch. The gentle, flowing sea mist formed by this arch, under this violent wave, seemed to have reached its limit, unable to withstand it any longer, and amidst the continuous explosions, it directly burst apart. They transformed into countless streams of vapor, spreading outwards in all directions like moving mountains and filling seas. From afar, looking back, the sky above Tongshan Sea was filled with this vapor, like a vast ocean evaporating. The entire world. At this moment, except for the area surrounding Tongshan Sea, all other regions were affected. Under the spread of this vapor, water poured down everywhere. The savage wilderness was no exception. Heavy rain fell all around Kuwang City. Countless people trembled along with the world. On Tongshan Sea, Tongshan Taoist narrowed his eyes. His heart grew even more serious. This Bai Xiaochun was truly formidable, causing him to feel uneasy again and again. Taoist sect, Kin Palace. Seeing the Taoist sect's Kin Palace formation being neutralized by Bai Xiaochun, the Tongtian Taoist snorted coldly. Without delay, he waved his hand. Instantly, the 6 flying swords in front of him intertwined again. This time, before the Tongtian Taoist could even form his Kin Palace formation, Bai Xiaochun's body, which was rapidly recovering behind the immortal Emperor's fist, suddenly surged forward, transforming into a rainbow, like a shooting star, hurtling towards the Tongtian Taoist amidst the rumbling sounds. The moment Bai Xiaochun approached, the Tongtian Taoist sneered. He formed a hand seal. In an instant, the 6 flying swords in front of him arranged themselves into a line again. It was still 3 rows, but the shape was different from before. The moment this formation appeared, as Bai Xiaochun drew closer, a mountain suddenly emerged from the air. It appeared extremely suddenly, directly descending and crashing towards Bai Xiaochun. This mountain was enormous. Its size must be several thousand feet, its momentum earth-shattering. As it crashed down, it unleashed a deafening roar of wind. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. With a low growl, he threw a punch, intending to confront it. But at this moment, in the sky, one massive mountain after another simultaneously materialized and descended. Each mountain was even larger than the last. In an instant, hundreds of mountains appeared, filling the sky. The largest mountain, tens of thousands of feet in size, relentlessly crashed down, giving Bai Xiaochun no chance to dodge, especially in the Tongtian Sea above. As the vast ocean roared, mountains suddenly rose from the seabed, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Even in all directions, mountains appeared simultaneously, as if becoming the magical artifacts of the Tongtian Taoist, hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. All around, in the 8 directions of heaven and earth, mountains appeared everywhere. Bai Xiaochun could shatter 1 mountain, but in an instant, 10 mountains, 100 mountains appeared, appearing endlessly, growing larger, heavier, and stronger. Bai Xiaochun's expression constantly changed. The Taoist sect of Tongtian Taoist was too powerful. In this instant, it had undeniably revealed itself. Bai Xiaochun had only seen similar Taoist techniques in the previous world-shattering battle in the savage wilderness, on the 5 elements path of the Tomb Guardian. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned serious. In an instant, the immortal blood in his body suddenly burned. As it burned, layers of blood energy erupted from his body. This blood energy instantly became dense, turning into a blood mist. Inside the mist, Bai Xiaochun's eyes revealed madness and bloodlust. But his consciousness did not dissipate as usual. As for the divine slaughter method, he could completely control it. As soon as the divine slaughter was unleashed, blood energy surged to the heavens. With a low roar, Bai Xiaochun's speed exploded to its limit. The blood mist continued to spread rapidly. No matter how many mountains fell, his blood mist, under the burning power of the immortal blood, instantly enveloped them. Each mountain covered by the blood mist shattered in an instant, as if all its power had been sucked away, directly turning into dust. Seeing this blood mist becoming thicker and thicker, even the 8 directions of this world turned red. All the mountains were crumbling within this blood mist. The heavenly venerate's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Tao sect, shake the palace! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, as if from the beginning of creation. Each black bolt of lightning materialized directly from the high heavens, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun, striking with immense force. From afar, the lightning appeared countless and boundless, surpassing all heavenly tribulations. It seemed the opening of this Tao gate had made the Tongtian Taoist the ruler of thunder and lightning. Such Taoist techniques, such a Tao gate, this was the heavenly venerate law devised by the Tongtian Taoist himself. It was precisely because of this Tao gate law that the Tomb Guardians, when speaking of the Tongtian Taoist to Bai Xiaochun, used the 4 words astonishing and unparalleled to describe him. It was this very heavenly venerate Dharma that had explored the great Tao, enabling the Tongtian Taoist to overthrow the entire Kuwang dynasty. This further fueled his confidence, making him want to leave this world, to go outside, believing he could become a true heavenly venerate, and even challenge the ancient supreme being, a being so rare and precious that even outside, like a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn, I have such talent, I can definitely become an ancient supreme being. Why should I remain in this cramped, small world, clinging to life, waiting for the day my lifespan ends? How can I accept this? The heavenly venerate roared even louder. his ferocious expression filled with madness. As he took a step forward, thunderbolts descended from the heavens, erupting completely. 10,000, 100,000, even 10 million thunderbolts rained down. Although Bai Xiaochun possessed the divine slaughter technique and had once devoured heavenly lightning to cultivate today, he still couldn't withstand the lightning emanating from the heavenly venerates Dao technique. Seeing this endless thunder erupt, Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened, and the madness in his eyes intensified, rivaling even that of the Tongchen Taoist. He raised his head, and after absorbing all the blood energy in his body, his immortal power instantly erupted. Such a technique, I have one too. A fierce killing intent surged within Bai Xiaochun. His voice turned icy, echoing everywhere. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals and suddenly swung his hands in all directions. The Immortal Scroll possesses 5 great divine abilities, while the Longevity Scroll possesses 5 great Dao techniques. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun unexpectedly unleashed, for the first time, the Reincarnation Dao technique belonging to the Longevity Scroll, belonging to himself. A Star Abyss Eye. Bai Xiaochun's voice was like the sound of the heavens and earth, like striking a great Dao bell, transmitting heavenly Dao sound. In an instant, throughout the entire Tongchen Sea, all the seawater emitted cracking sounds, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, everything turned into a sea of glass. All the foam, all the waves, at this moment, seemed to freeze, turning into glass. Not only in the Tongchen Sea, but all the surrounding areas, in this instant, became transparent and sparkling. The vast expanse stretched as far as the eye could see, its end invisible. All that could be seen was an entire region transformed into a sea of glass, refracting dazzling, 5-colored light of blindingly brilliant radiance. Even the lightning descending from the sky was reflected by the light emanating from the sea of glass on the ground. A beam of light shooting up in an instant, cracking sounds erupted once again. Unexpectedly, this entire sea of glass shattered in a single moment, transforming into millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of glass swords, surging up from the ground with a thunderous roar. The refracted light was sharp and piercing, radiating a sharp sword energy that seemed capable of tearing through the void. All the glass swords rising from the ground, moving mountains and filling seas from all 8 directions of this world, condensed an earth-shattering momentum, and charged straight towards the location of the Tongchen Taoist. In an instant, the expression on the face of the Tongchen Taoist changed. Within the heavens and earth, countless crystal swords rose up, surpassing all sounds in the world, roaring and shattering the air, surging upwards from all directions, from the Tongchen Sea that had transformed into a star abyss. Each crystal sword refracted a light of 10,000 feet, dazzling boundlessly, causing the heavens and earth to suddenly become extremely bright in an instant. The Tongchen Taoist's expression changed drastically, his breathing becoming rapid. For the first time, a colossal wave of emotion surged within him. Although he understood the divine power of the Longevity Scroll very well, the Taoist techniques displayed by Bai Xiaochun at this moment still caused a powerful shock in the Tongchen Taoist's heart. Because he knew the power of the Longevity Scroll's Taoist techniques, he clearly understood that the Longevity Scroll was unlike any other cultivation method. This was a unique and unparalleled technique. While cultivating, one will spontaneously manifest supernatural powers and techniques based on their own spiritual understanding. Since then, each person's Taoist beliefs differed, and the resulting Taoist techniques were completely different. Even though he had studied the Longevity Scroll for quite some time, the Taoist techniques that Bai Xiaochun was displaying at this moment were still very unfamiliar to him. This Taoist technique of Bai Xiaochun, what will it ultimately be like? The Tongchen Taoist dared not underestimate him. Seeing countless crystal swords roaring and surging towards him from all sides, he wanted to retreat. But the speed of these crystal swords was faster. With a resounding explosion, they once again broke through the heavenly lightning, instantly closing in. The Tongchen Taoist's expression tensed, and he raised his hands in a series of hand seals. The lightning around him vibrated and descended once more. This time, the lightning did not attack Bai Xiaochun but descended around him, forming a lightning barrier to block the crystal swords. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. From afar, one could see tens of thousands of crystal swords continuously approaching, colliding with the lightning barrier above, causing incessant explosions that shook the heavens and earth. The powerful lightning magic within the Taoist sect's powerful shockwave was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming increasingly diluted. At the same time, it was hindering the crystal swords attacking from all 8 directions. Although countless crystal swords were shattered by the lightning barrier, they did not dissipate, but instead piled up beneath the Tongshan Taoist, suddenly rising from the Tongshan Sea below, vaguely resembling an upright foundation. This foundation, formed from the shattered crystal swords, grew higher and higher, soaring straight into the sky. Simultaneously, the lightning barrier surrounding the heavenly venerate finally dispersed, but the glass swords from 8 directions, also in this instant, after being blocked, they all shattered, forming a foundation like an astonishing pillar supporting the heavens at the feet of the Tongshan Taoist. Bai Xiaochun, is this your Taoist technique? The Tongshan Taoist's breath was slightly unsteady, but his eyes revealed a sharpness, carrying the power of heaven and earth. It seemed that all Taoist techniques could not shake him. He stood on that foundation and suddenly spoke. Bai Xiaochun coldly looked at the Tongshan Taoist. He raised his right hand and suddenly pointed towards the sky. The sky curtain is a shameless thing. The words came from Bai Xiaochun's mouth. In an instant, a huge explosion resounded in the sky. In the hazy light, overlapping images finally appeared. It seemed that at this moment, the sky, under the command of Bai Xiaochun, was divided into several layers, as if the sky had been transformed into a large piece of cloth. And then this cloth had been divided into several layers. In the blink of an eye, the first layer of the sky curtain suddenly descended, directly enveloping the Tongshan Taoist. This layer of sky curtain was invisible to the naked eye. All that could be seen was everything around it twisting and distorting. This almost transparent sky curtain descended upon a temple. The heavenly venerable's expression changed again, and he performed a hand seal. His Taoist sex aura was unleashed, forming endless black wines that erupted in all directions, attempting to block the enveloping sky curtain. But as soon as he unleashed his Taoist magic, the second and third layers of the sky curtain successively descended. As the sky curtain descended, the entire sky became increasingly thin, until after the 8th layer of the sky curtain also descended, layer upon layer, it suddenly seemed to seal the Tongshan Taoist, enveloping the Tongshan Sea. Looking back, inside the Tongshan Sea, the Tongshan Taoist stood on this glass platform, surrounded by howling black winds, struggling as if trying to break free from a weak point. But within 8 directions, under the cover of the 8th layer of sky, a colossal void suddenly formed. This void was the sky itself, not blue, but a grayish-white color. At the same time, with more than half of the sky removed, it became almost transparent, even revealing the dark void behind the sky. At this moment, the aura of the Tongshan Taoist fluctuated, a strong sense of unease and danger causing him to let out a low growl. The black wind all around howled and swirled, trying to break free, but in a short time, it was unable to do so. In the blink of an eye, as the Tongshan Taoist's mind was shaken, Bai Xiaochun's eyes became even colder. He raised his left hand in a hand seal, pointing a finger. From his mouth, like thunder, an earth-shattering sound erupted. Longevity without end, these 4 words, uttered from Bai Xiaochun's mouth, instantly unleashed an aura of immortality from his body, soaring into the sky. Unexpectedly, throughout this entire world, within this entire universe, countless characters of longevity materialized from the air. Each character of longevity carried Bai Xiaochun's aura of immortality. The sheer number of these characters, large and small, was unimaginable. Just a glance revealed they were no less numerous than the crystal swords from before. Upon appearing, they surged towards the sky barrier currently enveloping the Tongshan Taoist. In an instant, they appeared one after another on this barrier, not piercing through it, but rather disappearing into it. Following the trail, one could see countless characters of longevity, each radiating an astonishing aura, causing the sky barrier to seem to expand. His sealing power had become even more formidable, surpassing all limits. Inside, the breathing of the Tongshan Taoist became increasingly rapid. A feeling of unease surged within him, giving him a strong premonition that if he couldn't escape this cage of the sky, then great danger would befall him. I must leave this place quickly. The heavenly venerable's body trembled violently, intending to rush out. But no matter what methods he employed, it was ultimately impossible to break through in such a short time. In this critical situation, the heavenly venerable roared softly, forming a hand seal. His Taoist separation palace was suddenly deployed. The separation palace belonged to fire. The moment the separation palace was deployed, boundless heavenly fire erupted all around the Tongshan Taoist, blazing fiercely and spreading outwards in all directions, as if wanting to incinerate everything in its path into ashes. At this moment, an extremely intense killing intent flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Ignoring the burning sky, he raised his right hand and suddenly pointed it at the sealed heavenly venerate. You were born a candle. The instant Bai Xiaochun uttered these words, a thunderous explosion, surpassing even lightning, directly resounded within the body of the Tongchen Taoist standing on the shattered crystal sword platform within the sky. Following the explosion, the Tongchen Taoist let out a mournful scream. His eyes flickered a deep red, his hair disheveled. His body, finally visible to the naked eye, was covered in a layer of wax. This layer of wax was cold and white. It was spreading rapidly. In an instant, it completely enveloped everything, yet it continued to thicken. All of this caused the heavenly venerate's enemies to erupt. The cultivation within his body dispersed, transforming into attacks that scattered in all directions. At the same time, the Tongchen Taoist let out a low roar. Taoist sect, the returning palace. The returning palace isn't water, but rivers. In the instant the Tongchen Taoist spoke, the area of wax covering his body instantly caved in, and the surroundings transformed into swamps. These swamps carried intense corrosive power, enough to dissolve everything, as if attempting to neutralize his own wax and corrode the seals of the eight-sided sky. Boom! Amidst the resounding noises, the heavens and earth trembled. The corrosive swamp spread out, combined with the previous Taoist sect techniques, causing the eight-layered sky to shatter into pieces. But as the longevity characters increased, the sky remained intact. No matter how much power the Tongchen Taoist unleashed, his Taoist sect, though strong, was ultimately unable to completely break through Bai Xiaochun's immortal Taoist magic at this moment. Although the wax covering his body was also hindered by the water, causing its spread to be slower, it remained incredibly resilient, causing the Tongchen Taoist's skin to gradually turn white, his entire body resembling a wax figure. Damn it, damn it. The Tongchen Taoist's expression turned ferocious, and he roared angrily to the heavens. In this roar, a stronger surge of power seemed to erupt from his body. The wax on his skin showed signs of shattering. The surrounding sky also began to crumble. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and closed his eyes, but only for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, a raging fire suddenly appeared in them. Longevity, a lamp. The heavenly venerate's body was like a candle, and in the instant that Bai Xiaochun's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened, it burst into flames. This was Bai Xiaochun's longevity scroll manifesting its own unique divine ability, called Longevity Lamp. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath, his face slightly pale. The longevity scrolls technique, the longevity lamp, although it was his first time using it, felt as if it had appeared in his mind countless times, without any awkwardness whatsoever. This was the special power of the longevity scroll, combined with his own Dao thoughts to become a peerless technique. However, it consumed a huge amount of energy, making it difficult for Bai Xiaochun to handle. Just using this technique had depleted nearly 7/10 of his immortal power. The depletion of his cultivation was beyond the scope of the Immortal Scroll's ability to restore. The Immortal Scroll only restored his injuries. His body and cultivation were depleted, and he needed to absorb energy to recover. However, such consumption, the formation of the Tao, possessed immense power. This caused even Bai Xiaochun's mind to tremble. At this moment, his gaze, like a lightning bolt, fell upon the heavenly venerate. Before his eyes, this world was completely different from before. The shattered crystal sword transformed into a foundation, which was the base of the longevity lamp. Such a gigantic lamp base, creating an oppressive aura. Previously not clearly visible, the oppressive aura now completely erupted. One could even see a gravitational pull within the lamp base, preventing all beings on it from leaving. And the curtain descending from the heavens, now enveloping the lamp base, was unexpectedly a lampshade. As for the endless longevity characters, upon closer inspection, they were suddenly the characters on the lampshade representing longevity. All of these things form part of the longevity lamp. The crucial element is the ordinary wax within the longevity lamp, the one that emits the flame. The Tongchen Taoist, his life force, his body, everything about him, is this wax. The final technique of the longevity lamp. The flames in Bai Xiaochun's eyes ignite this wax, forming the flame of the longevity lamp. With a loud bang, the Tongchen Taoist's body was consumed by the flames, illuminating the lampshades on all sides, making the longevity characters on the lampshades particularly eye-catching. At the same time, the gravitational pull at the base of the lamp formed an extreme vortex, rendering the heavenly venerate's body immobile. Unexpectedly, the Tongchen Taoist was transformed into a lamp of immortality. The Tongchen Taoist's body trembled. His mind was overwhelmed by a storm of emotions, and an unimaginable sense of life or death danger erupted within him. He clearly felt his life force, his body, his cultivation, and even his soul, after being transformed into the lamp of immortality, were constantly disappearing under this burning. This disappearance was extremely rapid. In just a few breaths, the Tongchen Taoist was terrified to the extreme. He clearly felt the greatest weakness he had ever experienced. This divine power, this Taoist technique, a beast-like roar escaped from the Tongchen Taoist's mouth. Just a lamp of immortality, yet it dares to burn my soul. The Tongchen Taoist looked up to the sky and roared. Bai Xiaochun stood in the distance, coldly watching the struggling Tongchen Taoist. The icy coldness in his eyes gradually intensified. He didn't try to stop this struggling heavenly venerable, but instead, using a voice only he could hear, whispered softly, "Tongchen Taoist, the reliance you had before that made you think you were invincible. Now it's time to show it." In the instant Bai Xiaochun focused his gaze without blinking, the Tongchen Taoist revealed a ferocious expression. His entire body was burning, even many areas of his skin were burned to the point where the flesh and bones beneath were visible. His hair was rapidly turning gray, and wrinkles appeared on his face. But the madness in his eyes showed no sign of diminishing. "Bai Xiaochun, watch carefully how I break your Taoist techniques." As the Tongchen Taoist roared, he slowly raised his hands. Under this intense heat, he formed a hand seal in front of him, then suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. The seventh Taoist sect, the Kun Palace. As the Tongchen Taoist uttered these words, the sound, at its end, was like thunder, like a roar emanating from deep within the earth. The moment the roar echoed, his body, visible to the naked eye, began to radiate the aura of the earth. The Kun Palace represents the great earth. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the entire world's earth seemed about to explode. Dense earth energy erupted from every inch of this world's land, rushing straight towards the Tongchen Taoist. The earth energy within his body intensified. Even the flames burning his entire body showed signs of dying out. Even the glass lamp base beneath him, now enveloped in the dense earth energy, had become cloudy, no longer sparkling and transparent as before, but at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was turning into ordinary rock. Not only the lamp base, but also the lampshades surrounding it were the same. Under the surging, overwhelming earth energy, the lampshades gradually turned brown. In just a few breaths, the entire lampshade had completely turned brown, like mud. The lamp base inside was the same, even the body of the heavenly being was no longer wax. The flames burning his life, at this moment, were extinguished. A deafening explosion erupted. The heavenly venerable, transformed into the eternal life lamp, directly shattered and exploded into pieces. "Bai Xiaochun, do you think this Tao technique of yours can trap me?" The Taoist Tongchen looked somewhat disheveled, breathing heavily as he suddenly leapt out from the collapsed base of the longevity lamp, laughing maniacally. Bai Xiaochun stood still, motionless. A hint of mockery flickered in his icy eyes. He raised his right hand and swung it towards the sky. "You really can break through." The moment Bai Xiaochun's words rang out, the expression on the face of the Tongchen Taoist changed drastically. He discovered that his life force, vitality, cultivation, and soul were still disappearing. His expression suddenly changed, and he fearfully looked up at the sky. His mind reeled, and his body trembled more than ever before. How could this be? In the boundless sky, suddenly almost countless longevity lamps appeared. These longevity lamps covered the entire sky above the Tongchen world. Looking around, there were countless lamps, too many to count. On each of the eternal life lamps, one could see the image of the Tongchen Taoist, faces that were weeping, laughing, ferocious, and howling. The eeriness was boundless, chilling to the bone. The Tongchen Taoist's aura became even more violent, his whole body raging with madness, and he suddenly lunged forward. In midair, he forcefully extended his hands, fiercely tearing at the sky. He tilted his head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. The eighth Tao Gate, the Qian Palace. The Qian Palace represents heaven. At this moment, as the Tongchen Taoist went berserk and his Tao Gate techniques reached the 8th level, the world changed color, and winds and clouds swirled. The entire sky trembled. It seemed as if the hand of the heavenly venerate transformed into an invisible hand, penetrating the sky and suddenly tearing open a massive crack. This crack spread and expanded, like a sharp blade, wanting to cleave everything apart, wanting to shatter the entire sky. As the crack appeared, a vast and terrifying wave of energy erupted in the sky. Wherever it passed, all the longevity lamps trembled. At this moment, the Tongchen Taoist on each lamp roared, simultaneously raising his hand and simultaneously unleashing the 8th Tao Gate, the Chan Palace technique. Boom! The sky shattered. Every single longevity lamp was torn apart. Looking around, countless longevity lamps in the sky simultaneously shattered and perished. At this moment, the breathing of the Tongchen Taoist became extremely chaotic, fatigue and weakness particularly evident on his body. But a glint of light flashed in his eyes. His weakened body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially, his eyes held an aura of supreme dominance as he suddenly looked towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, if you have no other means, then today obediently give me that peerless great medicine. You really can break through. Bai Xiaochun's expression remained calm, only the killing intent in his eyes intensified. His words were casual, yet contained an endless mockery. At the same time, he was deep in thought. At this point, the trick that Tongchen Taoist could rely on was still not revealed. Upon hearing this, the Tongchen Taoist was unexpectedly astonished. His expression changed several times in quick succession. He suddenly recoiled, looking around. He felt his breath catching in his throat. He looked up into the sky and saw the world's net. Looking at the ground, he saw an incredibly gigantic lamp base. His face gradually turned extremely grim. His entire body trembled. In an instant, for the first time, bitterness and complexity appeared in his eyes. What a magnificent longevity lamp! What a magnificent longevity scroll! At this moment, the entire Tongchen world was unexpectedly a gigantic lamp, the longevity lamp. The world's ground was the lamp base. The world's net was the lampshade. The Tongchen Taoist was still wax. His body was still burning invisibly, like an oil lamp. These are the 3 methods of the longevity lamp. 1 is the self, 2 is heaven, 3 is the world. Unparalleled Tao techniques, unparalleled brilliance. I underestimated the longevity scroll. Or rather, I underestimated your longevity scroll, Bai Xiaochun. The Tongchen Taoist watched as the entire world transformed into a single longevity lamp. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He understood quite a bit about the longevity scroll. But neither his senior disciple nor Du Lingfei, after cultivating the longevity scroll, had displayed such earth-shattering Tao techniques as Bai Xiaochun. Now, seeing this world transform into a longevity lamp, consumed by invisible flames, his world's will was finally being forcefully taken away. In fact, it seemed that under the influence of the longevity lamp, this world no longer revered him as its master, no longer approved of him, but instead began to suppress and destroy him. Bai Xiaochun stood in the distance, watching all of this, but his eyebrows furrowed deeply. Even now, he couldn't figure out what kind of tricks the Tongchen Taoist possessed, which had previously allowed him to believe he would surely win. He must have a true killer move. I don't believe that under the eternal life lamp, he wouldn't have brought it out. A cold glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Immediately, this world transformed into the flickering eternal life lamp, everything erupting. Bai Xiaochun, of my 9 great Tao sets, there's one last one. The blood vessels in the Tongchen Taoist's eyes intensified. He roared, raising both hands, his palms facing each other, forming a strange seal before him. Tao Sect, Central Palace. The Tongchen Taoist growled, his hands suddenly pushing forward. 6 flying swords, each bearing a row of seals, simultaneously erupted in an instant, suddenly manifesting life and death. In a flash, this energy spread in all directions around him. A life and death aura, after coming together, finally formed a diagram of life and death. Amidst the rumbling sounds, this diagram of life and death continuously grew stronger, as if wanting to break through the world's protective shield at its weak point. The moment this powerful life and death aura appeared, it caused the entire sky to transform, as if dividing the place where the Tongchen Taoist resided into 2 parts. One part rapidly withered like death, while the other was brimming with vitality, like a newborn. If one could stand at an extreme height, They could see that the eternal life lamp formed by Bai Xiaochun using the world itself was also affected by this diagram of life and death, half withering, half newly born, a truly bizarre sight. At the same time, the Tongtian Taoist suddenly roared, raising both hands and fiercely tearing open. At the price of life and death, wanting to separate life and death, using this torn void to tear apart the eternal life lamp. If this is your reliance, then, Tongtian Taoist, today, you will surely fall. Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his mouth. In the instant that the heavenly venerate wanted to tear apart the sky, he closed his eyes, then opened them again in a flash. The eternal life lamp, formed from the entire world, suddenly went out. After it went out, all the light in the entire world instantly disappeared. Only the invisible flames burning on the Tongtian Taoist's body remained, which were originally invisible to the naked eye. But when the whole world became dark, the invisible flames on the Tongtian Taoist's body became clearly visible, flickering violently, as if about to go out. The lights go out, the one is annihilated. Bai Xiaochun whispered softly. The moment his words left his lips, an unimaginable aura of annihilation erupted from the darkness, rising from all directions, from the entire world, from the very heavens and earth. Like a mountain moving, sea-filling force, rushing straight towards Tongtian, disregarding the central palace of the Tao sect, disregarding all resistance, disregarding the will of Tongtian Taoist, intending to extinguish the flames on his body, even the flames of his life. No! Tongtian Taoist let out a mournful scream. He had a powerful feeling that his life and death would be extinguished in this very instant. Without time to think or investigate further, amidst the howling screams, the Tongtian Taoist suddenly raised his right hand, placed it on his forehead, and fiercely pulled outwards. Immediately, a rusty iron sword was directly drawn out from his body. It was the Eternal Sword. Holding the heavenly outer eternal sword in his hand, the shout of the Tongtian Taoist echoed throughout the darkness. He fiercely slashed at the darkness that was trying to extinguish his life force. With one strike, he couldn't cut through the darkness. Only cracking sounds could be heard. In the instant the eternal sword collided with the darkness of the entire world, something emanated from the sword. In that instant, the Tongtian Taoist couldn't believe it. His body trembled. The eternal sword directly shattered and exploded, breaking into pieces, utterly annihilated. At the same time, the surrounding darkness, unable to resist, instantly engulfed the Tongtian Taoist's body. In the instant his body was submerged, the candlelight in the night suddenly went out. The lights went out, the person was annihilated, the divine form was destroyed. The world instantly fell silent. Gradually, as the darkness dissipated, all the light in this world was restored once again. The eternal life lamp also vanished. On the Tongtian Sea, Bai Xiaochun stood there. However, there was not a trace of joy on his face. At this moment, he stared at the spot where the Tongtian Taoist had been eliminated earlier. He finally understood the reason for his unease, his preconceived notions. The weeping and laughing demon face he had stolen still hadn't appeared. Bai Xiaochun's gaze became even sharper. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the nearly dried-up Tongtian Sea below. His right hand suddenly formed a hand seal, pointing downwards. The Tongtian Sea immediately caved in, as if an immense force had erupted within. Almost instantly after Bai Xiaochun cast his spell, a massive vortex suddenly appeared in the sunken area of the Tongtian Sea. As this vortex roared and spun, it impacted all the seawater, creating an earth-shattering roar. At the center of this vortex, the figure of the Tongtian Taoist suddenly appeared, finally emerging step by step from the bottom of the sea. You almost killed me. The Tongtian Taoist regained his breath, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, a hint of a rapidly beating heart. If it weren't for the fact that he had used the remnant soul of the weeping and laughing demon face to condense his divine power and form a life-substituting technique in that instant, he would have been utterly annihilated under the power of the longevity lamp. A life-substituting soul. Bai Xiaochun's expression was extremely grim. Seeing the Tongtian Taoist emerge from the bottom of the sea, he understood. This was the reliance that made the opponent believe he would surely win. That's right. There are remnant souls, like the bloodstained hair of the opponent from the battle between the Tomb Guardian and the enemy in the savage wilderness all those years ago. The Tongtian Taoist took a deep breath. In that instant, the killing intent in his eyes was incredibly sharp. A frenzy flickered within them. His right hand slowly rose, pointing towards the sky, and slowly pressed down. Your longevity lamp, I have witnessed it. So, next is my final Taoist technique. Humans live in comfort, the strong devour the weak. This world, if it is withering and about to die, then all living beings within this heaven and earth will be buried with the world. So why not take all their lives for me, to become the world-destroying Taoist technique I have long conceived, but have never unleashed? That is the 10th Taoist. The Tongchen Taoist's voice exploded like the final thunderclap in this world. He raised his right hand forward. Suddenly, an enormous vortex appeared. This vortex was dark and rumbling. An unimaginable gravitational pull instantly spread from within, engulfing the entire world of the Kuwang realm. At this moment, the sky, already riddled with countless holes and devoid of life, visibly warped into countless folds. Within the barren world, all vegetation died in an instant. All mountains and land lost all life in an instant. All rivers, streams, and seas, even the Tongchen Sea, which had little water left, dried up completely in a flash. Then came the beasts, cultivators, and all living beings. All the sects, the 4 major lineages of the East, West, South, and North, as well as those outside Kuwang City in the savage wilderness, the Grand Celestial Masters, the giant ghost kings, and even the half-god ancestors of the Tongchen continent. In that instant, everyone's bodies trembled. Their life force was completely uncontrollable, suddenly sucked away by a force from the void. As the absorption continued, the vortex in front of the Tongchen Taoist was no longer black, but turned red. An aura of destruction, utterly terrifying, surged violently within the vortex, emitting intense vibrations. Under the red light, the face of the heavenly venerate Taoist revealed a ruthless and ferocious expression. By Xiaochun, this is my final move, the 10th Taoist technique, open. As the heavenly venerate Taoist's voice echoed, the vortex instantly erupted, its world-destroying aura surging to the heavens. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath. He felt the vortex moving like a black hole, wanting to suck away the life force of all living beings in the world. He could sense all the human bodies within the savage wilderness, even those of the reverse river sect, trembling, powerless to struggle, and withering away. His eyes turned bloodshot, and without hesitation, his right hand rose, suddenly grabbing towards the northern ridge. The northern ridge world treasure was Bai Xiaochun's ultimate weapon. As his finger descended, the northern ridge of the Tongchen continent, which was no longer the ice plains, shook violently. All the mountains on it, under the Tao of the Tongchen Taoist, had long since turned to dust. This tremor caused the already devastated continent to erupt with earth-shattering explosions. Under this sound, cracking and popping noises echoed, causing the world to explode and the heavens and earth to tremble. The enormous cracks along the dried-up heavenly river on both sides of the northern continent instantly spread, until finally, at the point where it bordered the savage wilderness, it seemed to break completely. The entire northern continent trembled violently, tilting and rising and falling incessantly. Countless fragments of rock could be seen falling. The land where the northern continent and the savage wilderness were split into lifted up, and finally slowly rose into the air. After rising into the air, the entire continent floated. This was something the whole world could see at that moment. Countless people gasped, countless people cried out in fear and astonishment. In this moment of lifelessness, this became an image that shocked everyone, one they would never forget in their lifetime. Oh my God, what is this? Is that the northern continent? Just as the northern continent soared into the air, it suddenly emitted a pale blue light. Upon closer observation, one could see that this light was emanating from within the cracks. As the light intensified, all life on the northern continent vanished, sucked into the world of the magical artifact. At the same time, a continuous rumbling sound echoed. Large chunks of rock and debris fell from the northern continent, until the entire northern continent, under the sky, formed the shape of a great sword, forming the world's treasure, the northern continent great sword. The blue great sword continued to affect this already dead world. The wrinkles in the sky multiplied. The ground was riddled with cracks. An overwhelming and unimaginable pressure emanated from the top of this great sword. At this moment, after transforming into a true world treasure, a huge face appeared on the great sword. It was the face of the Han clan's ancestor. In her eyes was sorrow. From afar, looking in the direction where the blood ancestor was burned, she muttered a few words inaudible to others. This azure-colored world treasure of the northern lineage transformed into a dazzling blue light, and with a loud bang, it shot straight towards the Tongtian Sea. Because it was so large, with just a single movement, it instantly reappeared above the Tongtian Sea. During its journey, the azure greatsword continuously shrunk. Finally, when it transformed into a sword of normal size, it suddenly appeared in the hand that Bai Xiaochun was raising towards the northern lineage, and he grasped it. Holding the northern lineage, holding the world treasure, Bai Xiaochun's entire cultivation erupted. In this instant, his whole body radiated the most majestic aura he had ever felt. His eyes held a sharp, icy glint. He turned towards the Tongtian Taoist, condensing a swirling vortex of red energy, carrying a storm of boundless vitality, fiercely a single sword strike. Die! With a roar, Bai Xiaochun's sword slashed down. A dazzling blue light shone. In an instant, its true form suddenly appeared in the sky, and amidst the rumbling, it also rushed towards the Tongtian Taoist. The Tongtian Taoist's breath quickened. At this moment, a fierce sense of life or death danger surged within him. He knew about the Northern Meridian Greatsword, but he hadn't imagined it would be so powerful. He suddenly raised his right hand. Relying on the life force of the vortex in his hand, he absorbed it, though not all of it, but he paid no attention to it. In an instant, his entire cultivation power was activated, directly merging into the vortex in his hand, causing the vortex's power to erupt on a massive scale in that split second. An infinite fighting force, close to that of a heavenly venerate, erupted with a low roar. As he fiercely swung his right hand, the vortex flew out, suddenly hurtling towards the northern greatsword. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The sky withered, the earth cracked, and the consciousness of all living beings slowed in that instant. Only the rising vortex and the descending northern greatsword collided in that split second. Boom! The loudest sound ever erupted. This immense sound, surpassing all the sounds of the previous years within this world, spread out in an instant. The greatsword of the northern lineage, within this vortex, emitted a divine power fluctuation, surpassing the quasi-heavenly venerate level, and directly leaping to the level of a true heavenly venerate. If the world were a paper room, then the fluctuations of this heavenly venerate realm would be like flames, instantly incinerating the entire paper room. The withered, wrinkled sky couldn't withstand it, and amidst the rumbling, an unimaginably huge crack appeared. And it didn't end there. Very quickly, a second crack, a third crack, and so on, until the eighth crack spread endlessly across the sky. The entire sky was torn apart, becoming 9 parts. Following the tear, even the void behind the sky could be seen. This void was also torn apart, revealing a strange, hazy world. At the same time, an aura never belonging to the Tongtian world surged from within these cracks, spreading in all directions. Immediately afterward, the ground also shook. Amidst the rumbling, the Tongtian world, including the savage wilderness, shattered into 10 parts. At this moment, the entire Tongtian realm has become 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is still shattering, still collapsing. All beings in the Tongtian world were trembling, bewildered, and shaken. The earth-shattering tremors, like a world-destroying force spreading in all directions, filled everyone's hearts with an unimaginable despair and fear. As this fear erupted on a massive scale, the vortex and the greatsword of the northern meridian reached their limit. The vortex twisted and turned, seemingly unable to withstand the greatsword of the northern meridian world, and finally exploded with a thunderous roar. The Tongtian Taoist was struck by the force of this explosion. He felt a raging storm in his face, as if countless mountains were crashing down upon him. He spat out blood, his hair disheveled, and his body violently thrown back. But before he could retreat too far, a blue light flashed in his eyes. A sense of danger suddenly arose. He narrowly dodged. Under this blue light, the right arm, following the rising blood blossoms, was instantly severed. Impossible! Blood trickled from the corner of Tongtian Taoist's mouth as he almost screamed in madness. He was unwilling to accept this. Bai Xiaochun's formidable power, especially this vast longevity lamp, had terrified him. His senior disciple's creation of a great sword from the Northern Meridian years ago had also shaken him greatly. Although he had recently confirmed that his senior disciple was not dead and knew of this world treasure, he hadn't paid too much attention to it. Because he knew one crucial point, a demigod. Even if they could forge a world treasure, they couldn't possibly unleash its full power. But just now, the Azure Greatsword emitted an earth-shattering sword aura, terrifying him immensely. Impossible. It can't be like this. Tongchen Taoist's mind was violently shaken. He suddenly thought of an existence he had forgotten. It's the true form of this laughing, crying demon face. Damn it, it must be it. The Tongchen Taoist's body suddenly recoiled. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun also spat out fresh blood. Even with his powerful regenerative abilities today, under the fluctuations of a true heavenly venerate, and the backlash from the Northern Meridian Greatsword, he was instantly severely injured. Tongchen Taoist, go die, but even though he was severely injured, his regenerative power slowed down, and his consciousness was hazy. Bai Xiaoqun still fiercely bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain his composure. Then, filled with killing intent and murderous aura, wielding the Great World Sword, his body transformed into a rainbow, charging straight towards the Tongchen Taoist. Even if the heavens and earth were to crumble, his killing intent remained overwhelming. The Tongchen Taoist was worried. He could see that Bai Xiaoqun was at the end of his rope, but he himself was in the same predicament. Bai Xiaoqun was as fast as an arrow. Suddenly, another blue light descended. The pupils in the heavenly venerate's eyes contracted. With a roar, he used all his strength to dodge. But under the flashing blue light, his left leg, amidst the blood, exploded. The intense pain caused the Tongchen Taoist to cry out in frustration, his anger turning into madness. But Bai Xiaoqun, pursuing him from behind, was even more frenzied. At this moment, he completely disregarded his injuries, recklessly and relentlessly chasing after him. Seeing Bai Xiaoqun's eyes, even the heavenly venerate was terrified. Suddenly, he turned towards Bai Xiaoqun and let out a low growl. Bai Xiaoqun, Du Lingfei isn't dead. This voice, like a thunderclap, directly exploded in Bai Xiaoqun's mind, causing him to tremble violently. But his steps didn't falter at all. Finding he couldn't destabilize Bai Xiaoqun's mind, the Tongchen Taoist, cornered, gritted his teeth fiercely. His shattered body suddenly erupted. With a loud bang, countless runes flew out from his broken body, like seeds, like spakes of light, self-destructing within him, forming a blood mist that surged to its limit. In the deafening explosion, he and Bai Xiaoqun suddenly widened the distance between them, hurtling towards the collapsing sky. Seeing the heavenly venerate sacrifice his own body for speed, Bai Xiaoqun was unwilling to accept defeat. He frantically spat out fresh blood. Even though his injuries were slightly more severe, he paid no attention to them and pursued in an instant. But just as Bai Xiaoqun caught up, the Tongchen Taoist quickly fled. In a flash, suddenly, a final, deafening explosion resounded across the sky. The sky shattered into 9 pieces. In this split second, it completely crumbled and collapsed. The sky fell. An enormous shockwave erupted from within the shattered sky, sweeping everywhere. Bai Xiaoqun and the Tongchen Taoist bore the brunt of it. Bai Xiaoqun, who was stubbornly suppressing his injuries, was unable to dodge. Under this shockwave, his head reeled, and his body could barely withstand it, being swept away. At this moment, his consciousness became hazy. He could barely see the Tongchen Taoist in the distance, also completely engulfed by this shockwave, his fate unknown. Bai Xiaoqun wanted to determine if the other party was dead or not, but his body couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, his vision became even more blurry. His last conscious thought was, in this world, after the sky collapsed, under the impact force, like a lamp running out of oil, people breathed their last. Then, the entire sky seemed to form a huge black hole. An extremely strong gravitational force, transforming into a teleportation, instantly descended from the sky, falling into the Tongchen world, onto every living being. In an instant, they were teleported away. When they reappeared, they were not in a fixed location, but outside the Great World in a random area. Everyone from the Reverse River sect, everyone from the Savage Wilderness, and the remaining people in the Tongchen world, all in this instant, under varying degrees of life force loss, were teleported away. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the world crumble and the beings being teleported. A bitter feeling, mixed with bewilderment, filled his heart. He recalled everything. All his memories seemed unreal. Father, no. Bai Xiaoqun murmured. He was completely disoriented about what would come next. He had already fainted. As his body fell, he was enveloped by a teleportation light, and in an instant, vanished. Before losing consciousness, chaotic sounds seemed to reach his ears, some excited, some exhilarated, some greedy, some sinister, as if emanating from the heavens. That old saint emperor is putting on a show of righteousness. Clearly, he's also greedy for the bloodline of the Kui dynasty, knowing he can't steal it from us. And knowing that once our evil emperor dynasty enslaves the Kui dynasty, their saint emperor lineage will surely perish. That's why he didn't hesitate to wage war back then, arranging a teleportation array on this Kui emperor's body. He'll wait for them to appear, then each of them can seize it. Among the three lords, this is the last one to explode. They appeared too late. What was supposed to be a three-way arrangement of the world is now impossible. The people of the Kui Emperor world will surely be enslaved by our evil Emperor dynasty. Fellow Taoists of the Kui Emperor world, we are the Saint Emperor dynasty. We are here to help you. Join us and confront the evil Emperor dynasty. Remember, we are the Saint Emperor dynasty. You must come find us. The Eternal Continent, our Holy Emperor dynasty, is the only existence capable of confronting the evil Emperor dynasty. Fellow Taoists of the Kui Emperor world, and this generation of Kui Emperors, compared to the evil Emperor dynasty, the Holy Emperor dynasty is your only choice. On the Eternal Continent, amidst the 5 immortal realms, in a void sea of mist, a colossal statue stood there, infinitely tall, as if it could reach the heavens, existing through endless years. Before a massive explosion reverberated throughout the Eternal Continent, splitting into 5 or 7 pieces. The next volume, the Eternal Immortal Realm. Time passed. Gradually, the Tongshan world shattered. Half a year had gone by. The sky was unfamiliar. The land was unfamiliar. The cities were unfamiliar. The people were unfamiliar. And there was something else. This continent was made up of 5 vast landmasses. They were all called Immortal Realms. The Immortal Realm. Within the vast expanse of the Immortal Realm, there are 10 times the size of the Tongshan world. In the southeast, colossal mountain ranges, like living dragons, crisscross and stretch endlessly, thus forming numerous fortresses in their interwoven locations. Inside a small county town, a young man in a wrinkled white robe, stained with grease and dirt, walked along the road with a drunken, hazy gaze. He carried a wine gourd, occasionally taking large gulps. He seemed to mock himself, muttering softly, "The Immortal Realm." The young man's entire being was filled with weariness, seemingly devoid of spirit. In this drunken state, even his steps were unsteady. It must be autumn now. The autumn wind carried a chill, blowing from the distant, dragon-like mountain range, carrying with it dry, yellow leaves sweeping through this small, sparsely populated, even somewhat remote, county town. Perhaps the cold of autumn penetrated to the bone marrow, spreading a chilling sensation. Most people walking outside wore thick clothing and hurried along. It seemed that in the cold autumn wind at dusk, no one wanted to be out in the open. They only wanted to return to their warm homes, to be with their loved ones, and enjoy the warmth of family. Only this young man, seemingly lost and disoriented, wandered aimlessly through the streets, letting the biting wind blow against his face, completely oblivious. It seemed that this cold wind, in his perception, was far less than the loneliness in his heart. In the twilight of this place, only desolation remained of his figure. A few dry, yellow leaves, blown by the wind, seemed to find a sense of shared fate with this young man, unwilling to leave, fluttering around him, following him as he went, lingering for a long time. Immortal Realm, damn, what the hell? The young man reeked of alcohol. He muttered to himself as he walked along the road. He picked up the wine gourd, intending to drink more. But after discovering it was empty, he cursed it a few times, opened his mouth wide, tilted his head back, and shook the gourd a few times. Only when a few drops of wine fell and dissolved in his mouth did he take a few sips. When he looked up, the twilight shone on his lifeless eyes, revealing a hazy and bitter expression. No more wine. The wine in this world is the best. The young man bowed his head, muttering to himself as he walked towards the familiar tavern. Accompanied by the autumn breeze, he drifted along in a daze. The tavern wasn't far. The young man, however, seemed to be treading through a mist, his steps uneven, taking the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Under the fading light of the setting sun, he finally reached the tavern and pushed open its large doors. A blast of heat, a stark contrast to the cold outside, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, assaulted his senses. Inside, although there were only 7 or 8 tables, they were already full. Even the surrounding empty spaces were occupied, and there were quite a few children, accompanied by their adults, running around inside. People in the county town usually had few forms of entertainment, so this tavern selling immortals drunkenness had become one of the town's most bustling places.